test clerk's laptop. Test presentation laptop. Have you conducted the meeting? Are you in conduct meeting? Okay. All right, so that test failed. We're going to try again. Test presentation laptop. Presentation laptop. Test clerk's laptop.
To get your presentation there? Up?
Okay, YouTube didn't go through. It was on the wrong key. So let's just test, wait for YouTube to pull up. Don't know why that was.
Oh, come on. What happened?
We are still live, conducting our live test.
That's weird.
Lisa, can you hear me? Lisa?
Yes, I can. Sorry, I was
Okay,
muted.
my apologies. Councillor Johnson is not able to get into WebEx. She's wanted me to let you know that. Okay.
Okay, the tests were all successful. So we're going back to pre-meet.
I'll take attendance now. Councillor Danko. Councillor Danko. He's talking, but I can't hear him, but I see he's there. Councillor Johnson, I heard you and see you. Councillor Collins.
Good morning, President.
Councillor Partridge. Also, okay, there she is. Councillor Wilson.
Good morning here.
Good morning. Councillor Pearson
Present, good morning.
and Councillor Ferguson.
Do you need us to do a wake-up call for you next Tuesday or 2 weeks on Tuesday?
Oh, ouch.
Technical. Technical. You can wake up my computer. Madam
Okay.
Clerk, changes?
Yes, Mr. Chair, there are changes. Delegation request, we've had it added 5.1 from Matt Johnson, Urban Solutions, respecting item 9.2 for today's meeting. Under public hearings for 7.2, the application for official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment for lands located at 282 McNabb Street, North Hamilton. We have added written submissions from Lucianne Puscario from the Holy Resurrection Romanian Orthodox Church and from Paul Consiglio, and we have a registered delegation, Nancy Chater, and as well added private and confidential 13.1, appeal to LPAT for lack of decision on urban Hamilton official plan amendment and zoning amendment for lands located at 3033, 3047, 3055, and 3063 Binbrook Road in Glanbrook.
Okay, thank you. I need a mover and a seconder to approve the agenda as amended. And I'm sorry, but now eScribe's not working. Councillor Pearson, seconded by Councillor Johnson. All in favor? Yeah, my eScribe's not working.
Wow.
I know.
Mine doesn't there either. I just tell them I vote yes unless I say otherwise.
So I'll vote yes for now, and so we can carry on. Yeah, I know why. I don't know why Chrome, but that's fine. So that carries. Any discussion on the agenda as amended? Councillor Collins?
I'm a yes.
Didn't get your vote.
I'm a yes. I'm not in eScribe right now. I'm trying to get in.
Wow.
Yeah, it was a real problem yesterday too. Okay, I think we're good. Members of committee, any declarations of interest? Thanks very much. I see no declarations of interest. The approval of the minutes. I need a mover and a seconder to approve our September 8th, 2020 meeting. And that is moved by Councillor Ferguson, seconded by Councillor Partridge. All in favor? Good. Councillor Collins? All good? Mover and a seconder to approve the delegations for today's meeting. That is moved by Councillor Wilson, seconded by Councillor Pearson. All in favor? That's carried. Well,
Whoa.
seconded by Councillor Pearson.
Okay. Electronic vote?
Councillor Collins gave a thumbs up. Reminder to staff speaking today to state your name and title before speaking for the first time on to public hearings and written delegations. The public has been advised of how to pre-register by virtual delegate and here at our public meetings on today's agenda. Members of the public, in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act, please be advised that if a person or public body does not make an oral submission at a public meeting or make written submissions to the Council of the City of Hamilton before Council makes a decision regarding a zoning bylaw amendment and official plan amendment applications before us today, the person or public body is not entitled to appeal the decision of the Council of the City of Hamilton to the local planning appeal tribunal, and the person or public body may not be added as a party to that hearing. unless the tribunal has the opinion that it's reasonable grounds to do so. So 7.1 is an application for a zoning bylaw amendment at 2004 Glencaster Road in Ward 12. Does the committee wish to see the staff presentation on item 7.1? Councillor Wilson? Does wish to see. Anyone else? Is the ward councillor with us? Did you want to see the staff presentation, Councillor Ferguson?
I'm very familiar with the application.
Anybody else? Put your hand up if you want to see it. I know Councillor Wilson does. Anyone else? Okay, so we'll move over to waive the staff presentation. Moved by Councillor Ferguson, seconded by Councillor Pearson. All in favor of waiving the staff presentation? Councillor Ferguson moved, seconded by Councillor Pearson to waive the staff presentation. Collins, Partridge, Ferguson to vote on waiving the staff presentation.
Oh, give me a second here.
You can just wait, put your hand up.
I'm in favor, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Ferguson moved it, so he's in favor. And who else? Okay, Ed Fothergill is with Fothergill Planning and Development. Are you in favor of the staff report?
Yes, we are. We support the report and the recommendations. It approves the rezoning application. So we're happy with it. I just wanted to say thanks to the planner, Elise Menery, on the file. It started off as a pretty simple application to build a new agricultural building, but a few complications came up. So Elise was very helpful in guiding us through this process and dealing with all the hurdles we had to deal with. So congratulations to Elise, job well done. We're moving ahead with the project and hope to have a site plan application submitted shortly. So thank you very much.
Appreciate it. Move and second receiving this delegation from Ed Fothergill, moved by Councillor Ferguson and seconded by Councillor Pearson. All in favor? We don't have members of the public registered to speak, so a mover and a seconder to close the public meeting. That is moved by Councillor Ferguson, seconded by Councillor Pearson. All in favor? And now Councillor Ferguson will move, and seconded by Councillor Pearson, the staff report to approve the application with an amendment that there were no public submissions received on this matter. All in favor? Councillor Ferguson?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'll just be brief. I
Sure.
very much support this application. Braun Nursery is a multi-generational business. It's employs a lot of people, and they're victims of their own success. That's why they need this other building to assist the nursery operations. So I'm very supportive and encourage everybody else to also support it.
Seconded by Councillor Pearson then on the application with no public submissions received in this matter. And finally, as we wait for the results there, Councillor Danko, we look for your vote. And we'll move on to Councillor Ferguson, seconded by Councillor Pearson, to approve the report recommendations as amended. All in favor?
Mr. Chair, what was amended?
It's just the way we do it. It's almost like you're moving it twice. It's you have to include that amendment that the public had no
Okay.
on our decision.
Because I wasn't aware of any amendment to the report. Okay.
And it carries. On to 7.2. This is an application for an
Thank
official
you.
official planning amendment, bylaw amendment for lands located at 282 McNabb Street North in Ward 2. Councillor Danko, if you'll take the floor, I guess, on this. I don't know if you have a script, but the next question, Councillor Danko, is if the committee wishes to see the staff presentation.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right. So the next question in the script, just like you said.
All right. So if I could, I gotta put myself on the speakers list here. Hang on. Say again.
I think it was to move the staff presentation. Councillor Partridge?
I wouldn't mind seeing it. It's because it's been updated from the last iteration, and there's been a few people that have as opposed to the last file that have engaged.
Okay.
So I would move the staff presentation. Okay.
Good morning. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes.
Great. Good morning, Chair, members of committee, members of the public, and staff joining us today. I am Shannon Mackay, Senior Project Manager, Development Planning and Heritage and Design, and I will be presenting on behalf of Mark Killer today. The applications before you are for an official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment for the lands located at 282 McNabb Street North in Hamilton. The subject lands are located at the intersection of McNabb Street North and Stewart Street, just south of the West Harbor GO Station. Here's an aerial view of the subject lands. A previous version of the proposal was presented to Planning Committee on April 2nd, 2019 to permit a 13-story, 110-unit multiple dwelling with 51 parking spaces. The item was tabled to allow staff to work with the applicant to revise the proposal to address concerns raised at Planning Committee and identified by staff. These slides show the original concept and elevations that were before committee in 2019. So here's a site plan showing the footprint of the proposed 13-story building and elevations, again, the 13-story building that was proposed and presented in April of 2019. The purpose of the revised official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment applications before you today is to permit a 10-story building with a maximum residential density of 688 units per gross hectare, and that equates to about 89 units with 66 parking spaces. There's the elevation of the revised proposal at 10 stories, and east and south there. Since the original application, the applicant has made significant revisions to reduce the overall building height from 13 stories to 10 stories, reduce the number of units from 110 to 89, increase the number of parking spaces to 66, or about 0.74 parking spaces per unit, and to reduce the overall footprint of the building to accommodate additional setbacks along the front and northerly and southerly side yards. The revisions reduce the massing, improve the separation distance to the institutional use to the south, reduces the parking impacts on the surrounding neighborhood. The proposed zoning bylaw amendment also includes holding provisions requiring that a record of site condition, noise study, and maintenance and access easement be completed prior to development. 6 letters of concern were submitted regarding the application. The concerns related to parking, traffic, infrastructure, building height, views, shadow, compatibility, and construction. These letters have all been addressed through the revised submission and are explained in the report. So here's a view of the subject lands from McNabb Street. From the intersection of Stewart and McNabb Street, you can see the institutional use to the south of the property there. The wall there is the abutting property line to the GO station to the north. Another picture of the GO station. And that's a view of McNabb Street looking north. This is opposite to the subject lands, and you can see the Witten Lofts there in the background on McNabb. And then a view south, looking south on McNabb Street. Just another view of the institutional use located to the south of the subject lands and the residential, low density residential to the south. And on the opposite street, opposite side of the street, sorry. So in
Thank you.
conclusion, staff are recommending approval of the applications as they are consistent with the provincial policy statement, conform to a place to grow plan, and represent an appropriate level of intensification at this location adjacent to downtown Hamilton and the West Harbor GO station, and respects the scale and character of the adjacent neighborhood. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. For questions for staff, you'll have to direct them, Councilor Farr. I can't see everybody here.
Yeah, I don't see any and I'm fine. I just thank you to Shannon.
No problem.
So now so we'll receive that and then you want Mr. Chair to welcome the agent from McCallum Sather.
Yeah, so we need a vote to receive the
Yep.
staff presentation. Okay. All in favor? Moved by Councilor Pearson, seconded by, moved by Councilor Farr, seconded by Councilor Pearson. All in favor?
Favor, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor. We got everybody? Okay, so now we need to invite the agent owner delegation.
Yeah, it's William Neal, Ashraf Azim, and Drew Hauser from McCallum Sather.
Okay, thank you. You have the floor. Can't hear you, William.
Well, and maybe try your phone since you've called in.
Oh, thank you so much.
There we go.
I'm trying to see if we can get the phone unmuted there. Good morning, everyone. My name is William Neal. I'm the owner's representative from McCallum Sather. I have Drew Howard joining me here, Tony De Pasquale, and Ashraf, who's calling in on the phone. I think the presentation from the city covers and illustrates the large involvement the owner and the consultant group have taken on since 2019 of April. We spent about a year making sure that we could adequately address all the comments from not just the public, but in consultation with the city. Working through each group and making sure we have a comprehensive resolve and agreement to this application. And we thank you for your assistance going through this, both from the public and the city.
Thank you. And you are in agreement with the staff recommendation?
Absolutely, yes.
Councilor Farr?
Yeah, I appreciate Mr. Neal's delegation and certainly our planner, Mark Keeler, who is represented by Shannon today. Have heard from a few delegates, I guess. One is the Romanian Orthodox Church. So they were part of the public meetings we've had on this over the years. And I think there's been other specific conversations. I'm not sure through you, Mr. Chair, to our planners have we, I mean, there's a number of different bullets in a written correspondence from the Romanian Orthodox Church of the Holy Resurrection this morning. How much did we cover off, and how did those conversations go?
Sorry, Counselor, this is a question to the agent or to
Yes, to the agent.
okay.
Yep.
Mr. Neal?
Hi, good morning, everyone. So we did have the public consultation with the church, and received comments to the city to address the relationship, but no further specific comments except for the letters that we received that's in this report that we went through the comments to address.
Right, and what were some of those standout issues? I mean, they're talking about they had an issue with the demolition. Certainly, I was aware of that at the time. I don't think we need to. I mean, that's done now, but parking was a major concern of theirs. It appears it may still be. Is that correct through you, Chair?
With respect to the relationship of the church and some changes that were made, so that would include increased setbacks, both on the street face and adjacent to the church abutting property. It also includes reduced height. So as the report mentioned, the original proposal was 13 stories, which has now moved down to 10. We have increased the parking ratio to almost 75%. So I think there's been quite a few considerations. I think there was something about transportation, which was adequately addressed in the reporting that went through.
We also dramatically improved our parking ratio, and we more than conform to what is the recommendation from the city. So we understand the church has its own challenges because it has no parking, but we've gone over and above what is requested within this area. And obviously we don't shadow the church because we're to its north, so there's no shadow issue.
I believe one of the comments to that point was that there was a shadowing concern, and so we did provide a sun shadow study report that illustrates that should not be will not be an impact.
Okay, thank you. I think I heard Drew in there too. Drew, I've never seen this in a letter from concerned residents, in this case, Father Lucien. There's a couple of concerns about, did you guys ever talk about the church bell issue? They're worried that the sound of the bells may disturb their neighbors, because I'm assuming, did you ever have that conversation through you, Mr. Chair?
Sorry. I don't recall ever receiving any information on a church bell. However, being in the downtown of any city, there's church bells all over the place. So I can't see that being an issue unless we stop having ambulances and fire trucks that make noise. So I don't see an issue with a church bell. Knowing that there's also another church that's nearby, the Anglican Church, and they've got some great bells there that toll. And we're next to a GO station. So people that are living in this type of density and urban environment, I think they're very well aware of where they're moving to.
Okay, I was just trying to get a handle on the conversation, because I obviously respect both our presenters right now from the famed McCallum Sather, but also Father Lucien's been a great contributor to this central neighborhood community, and I'm sure our presenters are aware and know that as well. And from the first public meeting we had here at Planning Committee, I spoke to a number of them and since, and I think basically what this comes down to is, notwithstanding our GO initiative, anything adjacent to our corridors or transportation corridors, intensification quite obviously is encouraged, notwithstanding that you have gone back and brought in these setbacks and brought in the reduced heights and added parking, even though obviously, as you state, you don't need a ratio that high, especially, I mean, literally next door to a downtown GO station. But we've done a lot of those things that we heard were concerns before. However, in my little post planning committee meeting with the congregation and with the very respected Father Lucien, I think they would have preferred townhouses. To which I said, there's no way we can do that. They didn't mind a little bit of intensification, but I don't think over their course of decades in the area that they ever maybe imagined that they would be next door to this kind of density. That said, it could have been much greater density. So I appreciate the work that McAllen Sather has done on behalf of the applicants, and I can see that there's still some conversations to be had with the Romanian Orthodox congregation and with Father Lucien, but to that, I'll just leave it. And I don't think I have any other questions. Oh, yes, sorry. Through you to the proponent or their reps, Mr. Chair. There was talk initially about on the north face of this project, some access or working with Metrolinx to create some sort of public promenade or access. Whatever happened to that concept?
Do you want to talk about that with Metrolinx?
Or does it exist? And maybe I missed it.
Access there. But Metrolinx didn't want to, they are the ones who wanted a solid wall.
Sorry, Drew, I'm having trouble hearing you.
Sorry, to the best of my knowledge, like Metrolinx are the ones that really wanted a solid wall to their property and clear separation. So that's why they've asked for that. For us, it you know, it is what it is. They're their own beast. So we're just kind of adhering to their policy and their request.
Okay.
Yeah, Councilor Park, Lee was Walling here. We would very much like to sit down with Metrolinx in the near future to discuss not having the wall, the visual barrier there. Our intent would be to put a little coffee shop maybe on the ground floor of our development, if that can be arranged. But those discussions with Metrolinx have yet to get to that point. We were just working on Metrolinx as far as zoning right now. We would deal with the other during the site plan application.
Oh, good. Okay, and Tony, thank you, and Drew and Mr. Neal. So going forward, when you start selling off these units, I'm not even going to ask this as a question, but I'll just state it's in my experience, and you're likely going to do this anyway, but I want to get it on the record. You want to let every new resident of this wonderful new project, you want to make them aware that in the surrounding area on the streets, there's going to be, if there isn't already, and there is a lot of on-street regulations that accommodate homeowners when there's a number of homes, obviously, and anybody in a building that has 4 or more units won't be eligible to participate in any of those regulations, unless it's a 2-hour limit or something like that. But if it's on-street permit parking, they need to know that if for some reason 66 parking spots aren't enough, and I think it will be sufficient, but just in case, just so your new owners are aware that it's going to be impossible. This is only an issue unique to downtown. Residents have already secured different regulations, and that goes by a block change if they want to make a change. And my guess is in this particular case, just from our public meetings in these planning meetings, that there probably will be some, particularly on McNabb. And just so those residents know, that's just advice. We don't need to beleaguer the parking issue, because there'll always be parking issues. Thank you very much to our presenters. And that's all the questions I have.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions to the presenters? Not seeing any, so we need a vote to receive the agent's presentation.
So moved.
Moved by Councillor Farr, seconded by Councillor Pearson. All in favor? And Councillor Farr, just let me know if I get the script wrong.
Sure.
Let's see, thumbs up from Councillor Ferguson. Thank you. Next we have missions. There's 2 written submissions on the agenda, so I need a vote to receive the written submissions. Moved by Councillor Farr, seconded by Councillor Partridge. All in favor? Thank you, and I believe we do have a public delegation, Nancy Chater, is it?
Yep.
So Nancy, if you're still with us, you're welcome to speak.
Hi.
Where are you? I see you. Or at least I see NC.
I did hear her speak, I believe, for a moment. Nancy, are you there?
Was that Nancy that was on at the beginning of the meeting?
Yes.
So her video and audio was working.
Oh, hold on. I'm getting a message from her. Just give me 1 second.
Sure.
Can you hear
Oh.
me? Are you hear me? I've unmuted.
Yes, we can hear you.
Am I on?
There
Yeah.
we are.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. These I don't have a lot of comment, but I'm a local resident. My name is Nancy Chater. I live right around the corner on Murray Street, opposite the Loft building, and I've been watching with interest this proposal. I did attend the first public meeting. And I was just unclear in this whole new COVID-19 reality of where were the opportunities for further public comment, and is today the end? So that's just a question for clarification. And in case it was the end for the public to make comment, I just wanted to sort of ask to be included if there's a process going forward, because I think my concerns are probably focused at the site plan level. My professional background is I'm a landscape architect, and what I'm really thinking about here is not only the quality of the architecture, but the quality of the public realm and the character of the street. And I was looking at the background documents, and the James Street North Mobility Hub study that was adopted by Council in 2014 called out a super important point about walkability and inviting streets. Looking for the character of the streets to be pedestrian oriented, accessible to people with all abilities, framed by animated building edges with wide sidewalks, weather protection, lighting, and wayfinding. So my concern is the setback of this new development fab, and is there an opportunity to widen the sidewalk? Because this is an important, I take the GO train while I'm working at home right now, but I was a daily GO train user, so I know people go past what will be the new development on that very skinny sidewalk, which is sort of perched on an angle down to the road because it's a big long driveway. And when I look at the plans and what the new driveway is going to be, I'm just concerned about the pedestrian experience in relation to that building. So I'm very the sidewalk. There's room for boulevards. There's really important to the character of the street, the quality of that pedestrian experience, that walkability that your studies are looking for. And this may sound like a detail, but if there's urban designers involved, the turning radius of that driveway is actually something that can really help to be a traffic calming measure. You're showing, and again, this might be a site plan design issue, but you're showing these very wide, what are sort of a very suburban turning radii, so that going into the underground garage for the building. That allows cars to kind of speed up when they're entering and exiting. And this driveway is going to have a lot of interface with pedestrians because of the GO train. So I wanted to flag that and ask the question if the turning radii could be examined going forward when you get down to the detail of your site plan design, and the width of the sidewalk, and trying to minimize the area on the sidewalk that is sloped for the cars, but makes it rather treacherous, especially for seniors and people with mobility issues. You know, when you're walking in the winter and you're kind of, you know, being sort of, you slide down to the road, and the road will be busier because of this development, which I fundamentally support the development. And I'm pleased to see the reduction in height and the greater setbacks and the increase in parking. So these are sort of the issues that I wanted to flag, and to also understand, is there an opportunity for myself as a member of the public to be engaged at any further moment in this design process? Like, do you come to the public for site plan to look at things like the sidewalk width, the character of the, you know, the boulevard, the trees, the driveways, and things like that?
Okay, thank you, Nancy. I see Councillor Farr on the speakers list. Just to clarify a couple of your process questions. So yes, today is your opportunity to speak on the zoning application that's before us. The site plan is a delegated authority, so there's usually not further public consultation on site plan, but of course, you're best to work with Councillor Farr through his office on, you know, on any of those site plan issues that you have, because of course we want to you know, try to take that into account as much as we can. But maybe Councillor Farr can clarify better on where we go from here. Councillor?
Thank you, sir. And thank you, Nancy. Just on that particular item, site plan, you know, you're dealing with, if this is approved today, and I suspect it will be, a pretty good, maybe one of the best firms locally with respect to engagement. So I can't see that being an issue. That said, I'm happy to ask this and all your other questions, your few other questions. And I just really wanted to confirm at the appropriate time. I can't ask them now, and obviously as a delegate, you're not able to direct your questions directly to staff either. But you brought up some good points, so I want to make sure I'm able at the appropriate time in a few minutes, and following your delegation, Nancy, that I ask the right questions. So you're asking about participation in site plan, particularly, obviously, through you, Chair, you're talking about quality of architecture. I heard you bring up. Is that correct? Is that something you want to have further discussions on going forward through you to Nancy, if she's still?
From myself?
Yes.
No.
You mentioned quality of architecture.
Of the architecture. I was talking really about the quality of the landscape. But actually, on the architecture, I did have one.
Sure, go ahead. You're cutting out though.
So I think we've lost Nancy on my end.
Well, hopefully she can hear, Mr. Chair, and I'll just say, so, okay, I think I heard her talk about concerns about the quality of architecture, maybe just questions. So I can bring that up in a bit, but I get being a landscape architect, and I appreciate her interest in the public realm. I can bring that up at the appropriate time with staff, and maybe the one or two of the proponents can stick with us as well. I think things like sidewalk width are pretty much covered in site plan and those sorts of things. But she did ask an interesting question about slope, and something I haven't heard, I don't think, in of the many downtown approvals we've done over the last decade, the turning radii. It was a very good point that Nancy made, and so I'd like staff's comment on that and how we address something like that going forward, particularly next to what Nancy rightly points out as an increasingly busy pedestrian area. I'm certain staff will have answers that Nancy would appreciate, and maybe at the appropriate time, I could also ask if our proponents would be willing to, at the appropriate time, once they go over a lot of this stuff with staff and they're ready to get going on the project, if they'd be interested in getting together with Nancy and whomever else to discuss where it's headed. So that's just a statement. If Nancy, I heard her trying to get back on here. So if she,
Try turning your video off, Nancy, and see if we can just get audio. I also heard a question about the James North mobility study.
I think she just used that as a reference point to make points.
Yeah. I'm
be
sorry,
wrong.
Nancy, you're not connecting here. So if we can, we'll receive the public delegation, then we'll close the public meeting, and then we'll go to the report, and then you can ask those questions to staff at that time, Councillor.
Yep.
Okay, so I'm not seeing Nancy being able to connect. I just saw a message from her here.
Yep.
Okay. So she also has a concern that the unit sizes are too small and the loss of stability in the residential neighborhood. So Councillor, maybe that might be another question for staff on the report. So thank you for the delegation, Nancy. To receive the public delegation, moved by Councillor Farr, seconded by Councillor Johnson. All in favor?
I'm trying. I don't know why it's not. Yeah, of course. There it is. Hold on. Oh, okay. That's fine.
Thank you. And to close the public meeting,
So moved.
moved by Councillor Farr, seconded by Councillor Ferguson. All in favor? Thank you. And then on the resolution, that the public submissions did not affect the decision, I think is the wording.
Mm-hmm.
Or she was supportive, so is that
But the other, I would suggest it's A, did not affect the decision.
okay?
The clerk agrees, if that helps you.
Okay, so the submissions did not affect the decision. And Councillor Farr, did you want to ask?
I'm going to move it. I need a seconder, and I do have just a few questions.
Moved by Councillor Farr, seconded by Councillor Pearson. Go ahead.
Right, and it's in relationship to Nancy Chater, maybe the Romanian Orthodox as well. Through you to Shannon, if that's the appropriate staff. You heard our delegation, hopefully, from Nancy Chater, Shannon. She rightly points out most, if not all, of what she's referenced is site plan issues. So maybe we could tackle each, because she did delegate in the form of asking questions. So I heard quality of architecture. I think it's more aesthetics of landscape architecture. Can you just sort of, for the record, get how that's going to be worked out as per policy and on this particular site? Through you, Chair.
Through the chair, again, this is Shannon Mackay. I am the Senior Project Manager for Development Planning. The analysis of the zoning bylaw amendment and official plan amendment here today evaluates the policies of the City of Hamilton official plan, the West Harbor secondary plan, as well as the James Street Mobility Hub. So those pedestrian-oriented elements that Nancy referred to, specifically the lighting, streetscaping, and setbacks have all been evaluated in order to move this forward. Some of the revisions that are here today reflect some of those desired streetscaping elements and pedestrian-oriented elements and have been incorporated into the zoning regulations. However, there are some that are more appropriately addressed at the site plan stage. A landscape plan will be required as a condition of site plan control, at which point we can look at the street trees and plantings on the property, as well as any other kind of pedestrian-oriented elements. Things like the driveway access and the minimum standards associated with that. Again, we have minimum standards and they're evaluated at the zoning bylaw stage to evaluate the necessary setbacks required. And so they have been incorporated into the concept plan that you see before you today and can be further evaluated at site plan control stage. And as you said, Councillor Farr, all the sidewalks will be required to meet the AODA standards through the site plan control process.
Through you on the turning radii that was mentioned. And I thought it was a pretty good point, as I said earlier. Hopefully Nancy's catching this stuff. Were you referring when you said minimum standards apply to that as well?
Yes, through the chair, transportation planning comments came back to require the 6-meter curb radii. So that is what has been incorporated into the concept plan that is before you today.
Okay, but I did hear you then say through you, Chair, that we can look at it further through site plan. We can keep an eye on that particular one.
Through the chair, we can work with transportation planning related to the concerns that Nancy has addressed here today.
Okay, and if I can get Nancy together with the proponents at the appropriate time, I think she'd probably want to see some of the results from working on the site plan first, and then from a landscape and from the aesthetic and the other radii and other items that she mentioned. They can have a clearer look at things at the appropriate time. Through you to Shannon, last question. I just heard it at the very end. There's a concern from that particular delegate that the units are too small. So maybe we could just get on the record of why we contemplate and approve smaller units.
Through the chair and through this process, we don't evaluate the individual unit sizes. It's not something that's regulated by the zoning bylaw. We do encourage a mixture of uses, but ultimately it's a market demand and may be best answered by the representatives of the owner.
If that's okay with, thank you, Shannon, very much. Appreciate you introducing yourself each time you speak. That's you're paying attention at the beginning of the meeting. Is it fine if I ask the proponent then about that?
We've
Thanks.
already received the proponent's delegation.
Okay, well, we'll have staff.
You can confirm that offline.
No, you're right. We'll communicate and confirm offline. That's all I have.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor. Any further discussion on Councillor Wilson?
Thank you, Chair. Just thank you. It was a really excellent delegation, and I appreciated the lens that Nancy brought to the proposal. And but on the unit size issue, if I could just go back to that query and that, I think, concern of the small unit sizes. I know it was asked last year. I'm one of the selling points, if you will, of intensification, particularly for areas of our city that are experiencing depopulation, is that it helps stabilize our neighborhoods. It helps stabilize our classrooms, because as we know, we're in the lower city, always at risk of school closures, given the movement out to the periphery of families. And it helps support and stabilize commercial activity during the day. And one of the concerns I've heard, of course, is that we're facilitating a kind of go transit in and then go transit out. We were talking last year at something about a family-friendly policy that I think staff were directed to contemplate and come back with. And I'm just taking this opportunity, because of that concern that was raised, to check on its status, please.
Not sure if staff will be able to speak to that.
Yes.
Jason?
Yes, so through you, Mr. Chair, Jason Thorne, General Manager of Planning and ECDEV. Yes, the looking at family size units and family-friendly housing policy is one of the pieces of direction that staff is looking at through the update to the overall residential zoning bylaw, which has been an exercise that's been ongoing for about the past year. A key piece of that work is on the agenda today with related to secondary units. So we will be looking at some of those provisions as we start to update the residential zoning. And I think we have started to see some of those, some of that direction already start to be applied in some of the initiatives. It was a There were family size unit requirements, for example, built into the work around Pure 8. I know that it's also been part of the discussions around the Janesville project just around the corner from this particular project. So we're looking at that as well. And I think as we probably get into the discussion in a few minutes around secondary units, is also part of having that mix and variety of unit sizes and unit typologies within a neighborhood. Basement apartments and laneway houses and carriage houses, all those sorts of things are also all part of that discussion. So I think when you look at it in the aggregate of all of the various policies initiatives that come into place, we do have a fairly diverse housing fabric, I would say, especially in the downtown core and especially in that particular neighborhood. But we are looking to sort of make sure that we're protecting for that as we develop our new residential zoning.
Thank you, General Manager. Councillor?
Thank you. I really appreciate that, Mr. Thorne, because leaving it strictly to market forces, as we have found out with affordable housing, won't get us there. So anything we can to instill it in our framework and our policy is good news. And thank you to Councillor Farr for all his work on this file.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Councillor Farr?
Yeah, I appreciate that. I appreciate the comment, and certainly in Central Neighborhood, actually, there's been public meetings years ago where they were very focused on family size units. So, and the answers that Jason offered, the other Jason, this one was also going to offer. So we are looking at it, obviously replacing family size units in Jamesville. Barton Cannon is coming, not to forget that particular project, which is right around the corner, also contemplating a good number of family size units in Central Neighborhood and affordable, both those two projects. So I think that's a key, given the previous speakers rightly pointing that out. And then, of course, Pure 8, as mentioned, Pure 8 already contemplated, but of course, with an OMB settlement, Council will be debating on Block 16 an increase in density potentially, and all of that falls around the ability to create more family size units as it was debated at the provincial stage. I just wanted to make my comments real quick. I just want to say thank you again to everybody involved in this. It's taken some time. We're going to go kitty corner real soon here in committee at the corner of Stewart and McNabb. And I think for most of us around this horseshoe, the mayor, my colleagues representing the citizens of this city, we're really happy to see this, particularly at this time. Obviously, the construction is going to bring jobs. The units are going to bring more people, and we need whatever we can as it relates to boosting what was unprecedented growth and vitality and rejuvenation in our core that obviously in this and every other city has reached a bit of a stale point due to the worldwide pandemic. And so it's really great to see proponents urging myself and staff and others to keep moving on these intensification projects. Most of us feel, I think, they're important, and particularly, obviously, Mr. Chairman, around the GO station. When this project originally came, even myself, I thought, 13, it's a tight postage stamp type of property, notwithstanding it being right next door to a GO. And I was very pleased to work with Tony, with Drew and others to be able to have a conversation on reducing setbacks, bringing in setbacks, reducing some of that height, and still making this project work. They were still giddy to get going, and on a site, by the way, that I believe had some remediation costs as well. So this is a pretty significant investment that they were willing to tweak based on the engagement that they had with the community. And I'll say to our delegate Nancy, and even to Father Lucien, working with these folks on this particular file, and with Drew on others, I'm pretty certain that their door will be open if you want to have discussions during the site plan stage. For now, we'll get 89 units with 66 parking spaces. Maybe we don't need that many, but they've acquiesced. So more parking, more setbacks, less building height, and ultimately still with this. And then when we contemplate what's about to happen kitty corner, because I believe a settlement is coming to our midst real soon on that one here at Planning Committee, we're getting the kind of intensification we really should have around a major inner city, downtown, GoStation. So I'm very pleased and thankful and appreciating that we really whittled down those voices of concern from the community, and that usually speaks to good engagement. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I'd love to move it.
Thank you, Councillor. And, it's just speaking on behalf of committee, appreciate your deft touch on this file in particular. I know it's been a long process to get here, so thank you. So on the staff recommendation, the submissions did not affect the decision. Moved by Councillor Farr, seconded by Councillor Pearson. All in favor? Thank you.
Thank
And
you,
that carries. And then on the resolution of on the report as amended, moved by Councillor Farr, seconded by Councillor Pearson. All in favor? And that carries unanimously. And I'll turn the chair back to you, Councillor.
Thank you. Did Lisa Lively, our clerk, send you a script or something, or you just knew how to do that from memory? That was pretty good. That is pretty good. It was like he was reading the script. All right, 7-3. Thank you very much for that, Councillor Danko. Matt Johnson, Urban Solutions. He's respecting or to Book Road and 914 Book Road West and 1276 Shaver Road. This sounds like Councillor Ferguson territory. It's for today's meeting. I need a mover and a seconder to receive this delegation. Oh yeah, we got to let him speak for it. We already approved, sorry, not received, but we've already approved the delegation. I see Jason Cassis with Matt as well. So this has something to do with Knollwood. Go ahead, fellas.
Good morning, members of the committee, staff, and the public. My name is Matt Johnston, a registered professional planner with Urban Solutions, joined by Mr. Cassis, as many of you know. Here to speak to item 9.2. Thank you for receiving the delegation. I do have a very short PowerPoint just to show a couple of images that I'll bring on the screen now. Okay, and so yes, Urban Solutions has been retained by Knollwood to assist them out of a bit of a jam here. And I'll start here with this slide. More than 100 years ago, 3 farm homes were built on 3 separate and abutting farms. The Cassis family have resided in these homes for more than 50 of those years. With the subsequent establishment of the golf course, the 3 farms were merged on title. As it exists today, Knollwood Golf Course and its 3 homes do not conform to the land use policy framework. It also acts as a significant burden to the family from a financing and insurance perspective. Accordingly, we applied to the Committee of Adjustment and received approval to separate these 3 homes with the addresses noted from the balance of the golf course operation. The approval of the severance satisfies the intent of concerning official policies in that we aren't creating new dwellings with new wells, new septics. These all exist today, but they don't conform to the policy framework. The Committee of Adjustment approval includes condition of approval to rezone the land to correct this non-conforming scenario, and we gladly accept this condition. As proposed, the application presents a practical solution to this existing conundrum. The proposal doesn't offend the official plan. It is consistent with the planning policy framework and represents good planning. What we're doing is untangling this non-conforming scenario. And again, when we look back at the intent of the policy, it's to ensure that we aren't introducing new homes into the landscape. These homes exist And what we're doing is just cleaning up this title. So with that, on behalf of Knollwood and Mr. Cassis, we respectfully ask Planning Committee to direct staff to withdraw the appeal. And that concludes our presentation. We'd be happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you. And do we have any questions? Appreciate that, Matt. Councillor Ferguson. We're just unmuting you now, Councillor. Go ahead. Councillor Ferguson, we can't hear you. You're unmuted, Councillor. Check that you're plugged in, Councillor Ferguson. You may have come undone there. See this part here? Check that sometimes.
You hear me now?
There you go.
Okay. Well, thank you. And Matt, just one quick question. I've talked to Jim repeatedly about this, Jim Harris, and I just want to confirm one thing, that you'll agree during the rezoning and the official plan amendment that there'll be an encumbrance against the golf course, that no further severances will be required. Is that correct? I see Mr. Kasich nodding yes, but I don't hear it.
Councillor Ferguson, that's correct.
That's correct. Okay. That's all the questions I have. And Mr. Chairman, if it may be appropriate while they're on the line, if we move that item up, which is 9.2, but I'll leave it to your good judgment of whether we wait till then or do it now.
Yeah, I have no problem doing that. If committee's fine with it. And I mean, it probably is going to move swiftly if you're the ward councillor and our delegates are fine with the one issue that you've brought forward, which isn't even an issue. So well, I need a mover, Councillor Ferguson, seconded by Councillor Partridge, to move 9.2 while we have the delegates. There is a staff presentation. Is that needed, Councillor Ferguson?
Not for me, but it depends on the rest of the committee, but I'm okay with not doing it.
Councillor Partridge, did you want to say again?
Yeah, thank you very much. I do have a question actually for the delegates. When I'm looking at the, I'm sorry?
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to.
Okay, thank you. Matt, I have a question for you with regards to the Hydro-G study. There's a requirement within the staff report that's asking for a more extensive Hydro-G study. Would there be any opposition to that from your applicant standpoint?
Thank you, Councillor. Through the chair, the existing conditions of approval do require us to do a more detailed Hydro-G study, which we gladly accept. We did do a very preliminary, a fairly extensive preliminary report, but phase 2 of that report is really reserved for the conditions of approval. So we accept those conditions and we have Land Tech on retainer to initiate that once this is resolved.
So thank you. And Chair, the other question I have is to do with the neighboring septics and wells. When I look at the map, it doesn't look like there are any neighboring wells that could potentially be affected by the septic system on those 3 properties. So where would the closest wells be?
I can
Mr. Cassis can provide an answer, and then I've got a quick follow-up.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Partridge, to the chair. The property is very large. It's almost 270 acres. So there are technically no wells other than our own on the property.
Yeah,
also,
thank you.
The extensive preliminary report really looked at the fact that these existing wells and septic beds do exist without any adverse impacts on the neighboring wells. So to your line of questioning, that really is the concern when introducing new homes in the rural landscape is what is the impact of these new wells, these new septics on the existing community. And in this instance, there are none. These homes have been there for, as I said, more than 100 years. Their wells and septic are all in good working order, but we do have conditions of approval to go through that in more detail.
No, and I appreciate that. As chair, when I do read the report, and it says, I mean, it very clearly says, this, and that it will not, septic system pollution will not impact the neighboring wells. Now, the only wells in existence are the wells that are on those 3 properties. And as long as there is a condition that no further severances would be allowed, you know, I really I don't get that point, I guess is what I'm saying. And I work very closely with Source Water Protection. I'm on the provincial committee for the area, so I'm really not understanding the heavy-handedness, I guess, of what appears to me to be the heavy-handedness of that particular paragraph. But thank you. Those are my questions.
Okay, anyone else with questions for the delegates? Sorry, anyone else with questions for the delegates? Moved by Councillor Ferguson, seconded by Councillor Judy Partridge to waive the staff presentation. All in favor? To waive the staff presentation. Yeah. It says, does the committee wish to see, move to receive the delegation, moved by Councillor Ferguson, seconded by Councillor Partridge. All in favor? Thank you, Lisa. We did do that. We moved. We did not move a motion to move the item up.
Yes, we did.
Moved by, I thought we did. Moved by, we'll do it again for good measure. Moved by Councillor Partridge. Okay. On receiving the delegation, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Wilson to vote, please. Did you want to say something? I don't have anybody in the queue to speak. Okay. So we'll move 9.2 now to this part of the agenda, moved by Councillor Ferguson, seconded by Councillor Partridge. All in favor? We already received the delegates, so we'll move the staff presentation, waive. Just need Wilson. I think she's voting with her hands. Yeah. Oh, she's got, looks like a timeout. Councillor Wilson?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, go ahead.
It's normally been the tradition of this committee when at least one member is requesting a staff presentation that we would respect and provide that staff presentation. I have a number of questions to staff. They may or may not be answered upon the receipt of the presentation. I would respectfully request the presentation by staff.
Yeah, this is the vote right now to move the item up, and then I'll get to that and take your comments under consideration through you. Sorry, to the mover of the item, which is Councillor Ferguson, seconded by Councillor Partridge. Moving 9.2, we need a vote from you still, Councillor Wilson.
I did vote, sir.
Suzanne? Okay, good, thank you. Look, I have no problem one way or the other. The councillor, I think, was fine with waiving the staff presentation. So if the word councillor is fine, I'm fine.
Well, respectfully, sir, I know he's very familiar with it, and he's written a letter in support to the Committee of Adjustment. But this council has, we've talked about the importance of water quality. I have some questions. I would appreciate the staff presentation.
Sure. Okay. So we don't even want to vote on that then? I'll take Councillor Ferguson and Councillor Partridge's motion off the floor and ask that, is it Christy? June?
Good morning, Planning Committee members.
Good morning.
Yes, good morning. It's June Christie, Senior Project Manager, Development Planning for the Rural Team. I'll just share my presentation. Let's see here. This report is a request for direction to proceed with an appeal of 3 Committee of Adjustment consent applications. The properties are located at 822 Book Road West, 914 Book Road West, and 1276 Shaver Road, Ancaster. They are part of the Knollwood Golf Course lands. So I'll just show you the slides. You can see in context the 3 little hatched areas on the golf course lands are where the severances would happen. So there's 2 to the north there fronting Book Road. So that's 914 and 822. And there's 1 property fronting Shaver Road. So that's the golf course in aerial. These are the 3, there's 3 severance sketches. So it just gives you a sense of where the house is located in context and how much property they would have to take for the severance. And then I've just got 3 pictures, photos of the farmhouses. So these 2 are fronting onto Book Road, and then this one is onto Shaver. So the request of the report is that Council proceed with the appeal to the LPAT against the decision of the Committee of Adjustment to approve the applications, that Council directs legal services and planning staff to attend a future LPAT hearing in opposition to the Committee of Adjustment decision. The applicant submitted the 3 applications to the Committee of Adjustment to permit the severance of 3 parcels of land containing existing dwellings and to retain lands known as Knollwood Golf Course. It was heard by the Committee of Adjustment on July 23rd, 2020. Future parcel sizes of the future residential lots range between 0.3 hectares to 0.45 hectares, so approximately an acre. The lands are designated open space in the Rural Hamilton Official Plan, which permits predominantly recreational activities. Residential uses are not permitted. The lands are zoned open space P4 in zoning bylaw 05200, and as such, residential uses would not be permitted once the severances occurred. Staff comments noted that there were conflicts with the Greenbelt and official plan for severances in the open space designation. There were also issues with the private services of the future residential parcels. Hamilton Water staff did not support the severances and recommended that the applications be tabled for a more thorough hydrology study. So as discussed before, there is an acquisition history to this, and that is prior to the acquisition of the 3 farm parcels, the lands were originally used for agricultural purposes and contained the 3 houses. And then Knollwood Golf Limited acquired the parcels in the 80s and early 90s and started operations in about 1991. And the 3 parcels were subsequently merged into title on the golf course lands. At the Committee of Adjustment hearing, staff noted that they did not meet the severance policies of the official plan. Severances that create lots for residential uses in the open space designation are prohibited, except for when a dwelling is severed for a surplus farm consolidation. Also, the open space designation does not permit residential uses except as ancillary to a recreational use. The proposed severances conflict with the Greenbelt and official plan policies. Staff acknowledge that the policy framework does not provide a way to rectify the merging of lands on title by separating the residential uses from the golf course. The residential uses are not permitted in the P4 zone, and after severance, the uses would not be permitted. So in order for the severances to proceed, a zoning bylaw is required to permit the residential uses, and an official plan amendment is required to remove the residential parcels from the open space designation and to add the land to a more appropriate designation. As mentioned before, there were issues with the private servicing of the future residential parcels, and Hamilton Water staff required that the applicant demonstrate that septic system pollution will not impact the neighboring wells. Given those concerns, staff recommended that the applications be tabled to allow the applicant time to submit a more thorough Hydro-G report and other Planning Act applications. At the Committee of Adjustment meeting, the committee discussed whether to table, but ultimately agreed to approve and not table the applications. On August 11, 2020, staff filed an appeal with the Committee of Adjustment decision to approve the applications for the reasons discussed. Severances conflict with the OP designation and severance policies, and existing residential uses are not permitted in the zoning bylaw. So the proposal can't be supported for the following reasons. It's not consistent with the Greenbelt Plan, which discourages lot creation for residential uses, although it is up to the municipality to determine. It does not comply with the policies of the rural Hamilton official plan in regards to lot creation and permitted residential uses in the open space designation. The conditions of approval can't be implemented because any rezoning of the subject lands must comply with the official plan, and standalone residential uses are not permitted in the open space designation. The applicant has not demonstrated that the proposal will meet the sustainable servicing policies of the OP, and more detailed Hydro-G is required. And the severances would require a zoning bylaw amendment. So staff requested that the application be tabled until a successful rezoning and other Planning Act application and Hamilton Water was satisfied. So there are two alternatives in the report. Option one, council can proceed with the appeal and direct legal services and planning staff to attend the hearing in opposition to the approved severances. Or option two, council may direct staff to withdraw the appeal letter, and then that would allow the Committee of Adjustment approval to stand. However, a successful official plan and zoning bylaw amendment would be required. Thank you. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? I got nobody on queue right now. I see Councillor Johnson now raising their hand. Councillor Wilson's raising her hand. Councillor Johnson. There you are. Go ahead.
Actually, I'm going to defer to Councillor Wilson first. She's the one that wanted the staff, and then I would like to ask questions after, please.
Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. I trust we have someone on from Hamilton Water today to assist.
I have not been advised of this. We do have, obviously, Planet Christie.
June. Thank you.
Sorry, June.
Through the chair. That's okay.
June Christie?
That's correct.
Sorry, June, do you have the someone from Hamilton Water on with the staff?
Sorry, through the chair, I don't believe that I see anybody. I don't see anybody. Councillor Wilson, sorry.
That's really regrettable. Thank you. I'm trying to understand two key aspects of this through you, Chair. And starting with the Hamilton Water position, given our growing knowledge of the importance of natural waterways and the impact of development on them, including septic system pollution. So my question was going to be to elaborate on the city's sustainable servicing policy, because it says Hamilton Water cannot support, they required a more thorough Hydro-G study that can demonstrate that septic system pollution will not impact neighboring wells. They need to demonstrate that the application will meet the city's sustainable servicing policies. Could you elaborate for me what the city's sustainable servicing policies are, please? Thank you.
Through the chair, it's these policies are part of our official plan. For the most part, and in summary, sustainable servicing means that they shall not impact other neighboring properties. So any impact should be contained within the property itself.
Okay, and so a question, thank you, was asked earlier by a colleague of mine to try and identify where those neighboring wells were. Could you speak to, and I think the answer was by the applicant anyway, that there weren't any. I'm just wondering if you could help me understand this. Where are the neighboring wells? Why would Hamilton Water say that we need a more thorough study if the risk could be there?
Through the chair, the lot area is quite large. That's correct. It's about 112 hectares. There are neighboring properties. However, the golf course is quite large. I can give you, for example, there would be properties. I would say nothing so much on Book Road because the two houses there back onto the golf course lands. Shaver Road too, the house there backs to the south, backs onto the golf course lands too. So it depends where everything's flowing, but if it was to flow to the south, it'd be quite a distance. But there is a property, let's say at 1376 Shaver Road, 1404 Shaver Road. But I don't know I'm not an expert, but so there are properties to the south, but it is again a very large, the golf course is quite large.
Yeah.
So it would most likely the flow would be going into the golf course.
Most likely, but I suspect is that maybe one of the reasons for the request from Hamilton Water for a more detailed study to demonstrate with greater detail those flow possibilities and impacts?
Through the chair, it's pretty routine when we have severance applications. For the most part, some submit hydro-G studies and some wait for the recommendation of the committee to approve the severances, and then they submit the more detailed reports. In this case, I believe the applicants were willing to submit a more detailed study. It is a routine sort of request.
Okay, thank you. I was wondering if you could help me unpack the reference that in the staff report, it states that the proposal is not consistent with the Greenbelt plan. Could you unpack that, and could you, in so doing, speak to the precedent that could be provided in approving this as it is? Thank you.
Through the chair, the lands are designated protected countryside in the Greenbelt. So there's lot creation policies and within that designation. And lot creation for residential purposes are discouraged. It doesn't mean it doesn't mean that they can't be created, but they're discouraged. So it is up to the municipality to make that call. They're generally in the Greenbelt plan, we're only directed to approve severances for surplus farm dwellings. So, and this is not the case. This is for a golf course recreational use.
So I think I just understood you were, yeah, so this is not for a farm dwelling as has been the norm. So
I have you
could
at 5 minutes there, Counselor.
Okay,
So do
I'll
you
put
want to come
myself
back
back on. Thank
Okay.
you.
You're right at 5. I just got the cue from the clerk. So Counselor Johnson is next, followed by Danko Partridge, and then the ward counselor, Counselor Ferguson. Counselor Johnson. Counselor Brenda Johnson.
Okay, thank you. I heard the ward councillor ask the applicant, is there going to be any more severances on this property? And I heard loud and clear the answer was no more severances off this property. So I just want to put it on the record, and I know that seems to be our phrase of the week, but I also have another golf course that's coming due for the exact same type of application. They also came to the council many years ago to say no more severances, and yet they're coming forward with more severances. So I'm going to let everyone, and I'm sure that the applicant, because he was here earlier, is listening loud and clear to see whether or not I'm going to flip flop on my my opinion. In this case, no more severances. Okay, we'll take it at face value. But just to let you know, when my golf course comes forward, they're asking for more severances, and my response will be absolutely not. So I'm okay to support the ward councillor in this today, but just to let you all know that my golf course coming forward on English Church Road is not going to be supported by me for the exact same reasons. They had already put us on notice that this was not going to happen, and it's happening.
Thank you, Councillor. Questions to staff, Councillor Danko. Questions on the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I totally understand why there would be a request to sever these lots. They're, incompatible with the use of the golf course. Completely makes sense. But through you to our planning staff, it seems to me that a lot of the objection by staff is just in the process here, that the severance is in advance of changing the zoning. So through you to staff, can you elaborate on what the process forward that you would have liked to have seen been? So you mentioned zoning bylaw and other planning act applications. So what would have that process have been to do this, in accordance with policy?
Through the chair, I'll just start by saying, I guess as per long-standing instructions, we're required to go before you when a decision of the Committee of Adjustment is made where we've, let's say, not supported something and they've supported something, and then we need to go to you for instructions. So in my report, it's all laid out in the report, as you know, but we do have two options. So you could proceed with the appeal, but the option 2, which I think you're getting at, is that we would withdraw the appeal letter, which was filed by us, by staff, against the decision of the Committee of Adjustment. And then that would allow the Committee of Adjustment's consent approval to stand. However, we would have to see a successful official plan amendment in addition to the rezoning application. So they would still be required. We're sort of in a quandary because those two applications are required for these severances to proceed. So that's the process as detailed in the report.
And just so I'm clear, could they have done that before applying for the severance?
No, I think the more practical approach is that you have to get approval for the severances, and that's the only place to do it is through the Committee of Adjustment.
Okay. And then what would be involved with a successful official plan amendment in addition to rezoning?
Through the chair, do you mean the technical studies required, or it would be similar to any other official plan amendment? So they'd have to make an application. There are studies. Well, in this case, Sure Hydro G, actually, they would have to go through a formal consultation process, which would then outline all the required technical studies that would be needed to make a complete application. So it's no different than any other official plan amendment application.
And in terms of timeline and cost to the proponents, what does that normally entail?
Through the chair, when you have a combined application, you do get reduced fees. I don't have the numbers in front of me if you need the exact numbers, but there is a reduced fee for a combined application. Thank you.
I guess what I'm getting at is I want to be clear that if that was the preference of committee to go with option 2, in order to, proceed in line with our policy, like my personal opinion on this is it probably doesn't belong at LPAT. And but at the same time, I'm really concerned about the precedent here, as Councillor Johnson has pointed out. We see farms trying to sever lots all the time as well, and it's really concerning to have a one-off that is clearly in violation of policy in our rural official plan. But at the same time, it makes sense, and I'd like to have a path forward for the applicants. So in terms of that official plan amendment and the rezoning, is that a viable path forward for them if we were to go with option 2?
So through you, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to add a point to what Jason Thorne again, from General Manager of Planning and ECDEV, add a point to what June was saying earlier, and I think it speaks to Councillor Danko's question. Does adopt option 2, as it does still come back front loading and OP would, and it would be subject to a statutory meeting again as well. So council could also at that time determine whether you're supportive of the restrictions that would be in place on the remnant golf course parcel, as well as whether you're satisfied with the hydrogeological study and whether or not they've demonstrated that there would not be any impacts on the neighboring property. So I think in terms of Councillor Danko's questions around process, that would be an important step as well, where some of the questions that I'm hearing from council, you would have the opportunity to be have those demonstrated to you satisfactorily at the time of that public meeting.
Thank you. So that would clearly be my preference, but I'll leave it there and listen to the rest of the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Partridge.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, as far as the official plan and our policies, the severance of lands under the protection is for new residents only. These are not new residents. Is that correct, either Jason or June?
Yes, thank you, Councillor. Through the chair, we've been living here for 50 years. We're not.
No, sorry, I have a question of staff.
Oh,
sorry about that. I didn't catch that.
No, that's okay. That's okay. No worries. No worries.
Through the chair, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. As I detailed in my report and presentation, these farmhouses have been in existence for decades.
Right, and so the policy that's within our for land severances and within our protected areas for the green belt or for farms, the severances are discouraged. Isn't that only for new residential?
Through the chair, our severance policies for the rural area hinges on whether, for the most part, if it's a surplus farm dwelling. In other words, if a farmer bought another property with a farmhouse on it, in that case, the Greenbelt, PPS, the RHOP, all the plans give us direction to support that kind of severance. The difficulty here is that the lands are designated open space. We don't have any severance policies per se for open space. And we have no way forward in a sense. So I hope that answers your question.
Yes, it does, June. Thank you. And so, Mr. Chair, I mean, this is a gap within the city on our policies, because certainly if you're talking about what June was referring to previously was a farm amalgamation. So you're bringing two farms together. Each property has a home on it, and so applicants are allowed in that case to combine the farms and to sever off the additional home. There's no penalty for that. It is absolutely required. And in this case, what we're talking about, there was 3 farms that came together many years ago. So, I guess what I'm struggling with is that it is a lack of policy by the city of Hamilton. It's not the applicant's issue. And I know that, we have actually done this in my ward, where it was amalgamating 2 farms that came together. And the 2 homes, the one they were allowed to sever off, I think it was an acre or 2 acres for the additional home. So the difference here is that this is a golf course. I'm prepared to support the ward councillor because these are existing homes. They're not trying to sever the lots to create new residential homes. And I will say that certainly my experience with applicants going through official plan amendments, especially in the rural area, that it can cost, well up over $100,000 and more. And most farmers do not have that kind of money. mean, you know, what we're talking about here is three pieces of property. So, you know, do you multiply that by 3? I don't know. You're combining the application. We did hear staff say that when you combine the applications, there is a reduced cost. Well, the reduced cost gives the impression that it isn't that costly. It is costly. It's hugely costly. The applicant has agreed to do the extensive hydro G plan, and so from my perspective, the only thing I would like to see is a condition that there can be no further severances for this particular property known as Knollwood Golf Courses, and that speaks to Councillor Johnson's point that she raised, and I 100% support what she has said. So those are my questions and those are my comments, and I thank you very much.
Okay, Councillor Ferguson, not just questions, but also comments if you like.
Okay, I can do comments at this time too then.
Sure, yeah, Councillor Johnson kicked it off, so we'll be consistent.
I'm going to start with 2 questions to June. First of all, June, it's my intent to move option 2 at the appropriate time. And if we move and committees and council ultimately support option 2, all those concerns you had around septic and hydro-G and water, public water or city water will all be addressed during the rezoning of the official plan amendment, will they not?
Through the chair, that's correct. Hamilton Water stated that they need to be satisfied with a more detailed report. So that would be considered as part of the rezoning and official plan. Yeah.
Okay, and I appreciated your response to the question too, that they had to go through severance first before they could go to the OP and the rezoning. My second question to you is, can you confirm that if committee supports option 2, that when the rezoning and official plan are applied for, that they'll run concurrently, which would result in savings?
Through the chair, we would especially like that if they ran concurrently. That's how we approach things anyway. So yes.
Okay, that's all my questions for staff, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to make some comments now because you said I could. Number one, the Harris family assembled these 3 farms a long time ago. I'm not a young guy, but back in the 60s, my father rented one of these farms. It was a Cowan farm, and I spent many days out there tilling the ground and operating a combine harvesting. So I know the area very, very well. The reason they want to do this is estate planning. Jim Harris is not a young guy, and he's got family members he's got to consider. So this is a matter of doing estate planning. There's no ulterior motive that's being proposed here. It is part of a farm consolidation because he did buy those 3 farms originally, and then consolidated them into one address. So there's going to be no new lots created, and we heard the applicant acknowledge that they'll agree to an encumbrance on the golf course property, that there'll be no more lots created. And severances are very commonplace in farm consolidations, and this is what it was. It was 3 farms come into one. So I'm fully supportive of it, and I'm fully prepared at the right time, Mr. Chairman, to move option 2. That's all.
Thank you. Second time, Councillor Wilson. Sorry, second time, Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. I appreciate all the comments and the explanation. Just further to Councillor Johnson's point and experience, just so I'm clear that if the option 2 is the one that this committee favors, is it during that process then we can seek the assurance that there'll be no more activity through you, Mr. Chair, to I'm sorry, June or yeah.
Through the chair, yes. Thanks.
Mr. Chair, I'm just going to go through you. This is Mike Kovacevic from the legal department. You cannot impose a condition or that there be no further applications for severances. That's a statutory right. So if the applicant is himself saying he's not going to apply for any future severances, that's just a personal position, but we can't take away a statutory right.
So, Mr. Chair, sorry, is that Michael who's speaking?
Yeah, that's legal. Mike Kovacevic.
Okay.
We can't see him, but he appropriately offered his legal opinion.
Yeah, no, thank you.
Well, actually,
Oh,
legal.
there he is. Hi, Michael.
legal
Thank you.
evidence.
I found it a little, it's almost like you're in a tunnel or something. So I just wanted to make sure I heard you. In moving forward, you're saying this municipality doesn't, through this planning process, doesn't have the authority to put that kind of limitation, if you will, on the properties. Just could you just elaborate? Because I didn't expect to hear you, and so I wasn't listening as intently as I could have or should have.
Through you, Mr. Chair, that is correct. An application for severance is made pursuant to the Planning Act. It's a statutory right. So council cannot take away that statutory right through a condition to a severance.
So
or in any way, it's their right to apply. We can't take away what the province gives.
So, Mr. Chair, through you to Michael or to Mr. Thorne, I'm trying to understand the implications of what was just said on the future of these lands.
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Chair, so Mike's right, that everyone always has the right to apply. What we've typically done in this situation is on a remnant parcel, it would have a zoning applied to it that does not permit severance, does not permit a residential use. Mike's quite correct. A future owner could come and apply to change all of that. And if they did that, it would have to go through a rezoning, would have to go through an official plan amendment, would have to have a public meeting, and so on and so forth. So that is what we've typically done, is whatever the remnant parcel is would have restrictive zoning placed upon it. Yes, of course, somebody can always apply to change that in the future if they wish, but that's what we've done in the past.
So thank you, Jason. So possibly, I know we can't deal in hypotheticals, but we can deal in risks. There could be a possibility where these severed properties are further developed. Is that what you're saying, if an application was made?
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Chair, so there would be what I'm referring to as the remnant parcel, which is essentially the golf course, which if all of this goes as the applicant wishes, would be a golf course with no houses on it. Theoretically, yes, there could be a future application to then create an additional severance to then build a brand new house or some other such use. But as I said, that would have to go through the full official plan amendment rezoning application. Ultimately, it would be council and committee that would have to determine whether or not that is something you would support if that theoretical situation were to arise. I think, so I just add, I think what we've heard is that's certainly not the applicant's intention. And I think, historically, we haven't seen that activity on this property. These are houses that were not just built recently. This is a long-standing setup on this property in terms of the age of the houses. But that is how we sort of would restrict development on the remnant golf course parcel, is through the zoning and official plan policies that would apply to it.
And the Greenbelt?
Through the chair, that's correct. All provincial policies would apply as well, growth plan, Greenbelt, and so on.
Mm-hmm. So respectfully, it may not be this particular owner's future plans. You're saying, though, it could be someone else's.
Through the chair, that's correct. And also, ultimately, it would be in the hands of council as to whether this council or a next council or some council down the line that would have to determine whether or not that is something that you support.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Appreciate that. And thank you to Michael for that clarity. Those are my questions.
All right, thank you. So we'll move to receive the staff presentation. Moved by Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. I put a request in to speak. Sorry, I was doing it the official way. First of all, I do support this. I want to put that out there right away. All I did was put on notice that we've had people come in the past to say that, no, I have no further plans, and then turn around and do opposite. So my question to you, Mr. Chair, to Mike Kay. Mike Kay, we do put a zoning in when we have farmers that sever off the main farmland. Main household, and there's also a covenant in there that they cannot do any further building on the remnant lands. So if these severances are granted, is there not a way, and we have open space, there's not supposed to be any severances on it, but isn't there a way on the 3 severances that they're asking for today that we put the covenant on, or we get the applicant to agree to put on that title that no more severances? So can we ask the applicant to fulfill that condition?
Mike?
Through you, Mr. Chair. I'm aware that we've put covenants on severances before, but they're generally with respect to use. What you can do is put a restrictive covenant on the remnant parcel, which would be the golf course,
Right.
indicating it can't be used for certain matters.
Okay, and those certain matters could be that we could actually put down that the golf course stays intact, that it no longer has any more severances allowed on it, or is there anything like that we can do if the applicant agrees? Because he's very openly agreed that no more severances will be allowed, or no more severances will be requested, so it can be put on the title of the land if the applicant agrees.
I don't know whether we've done that in the past. So in that, I would request if planning staff could respond if they're aware, if in the past we've put a restrictive covenant on prohibiting further severances on a remnant parcel.
June or Jason?
And thank you for that, Mr. Chair, because I'm hearing that loud and clear from not only previous speakers and myself, but also from the ward councillor. That was the first question that popped out, was about the future severances.
Through the chair to the councillor, it's Anita Fayback, Manager of Development Planning, Heritage and Design. To respond to Mr. Kovacevic's question, I'm not aware of any, nor am I familiar with any restrictive covenants that have been used to restrict severances. We have used it in some cases, or there is policies in the OP that talk about the use of restrictive covenants to restrict new residential buildings or dwellings being constructed. But we would look at, certainly as Mr. Thorne said, we would look at appropriate zoning to be applied to both the golf course and the severed lots themselves. There are also, so we talked, June mentioned this sort of earlier on in her presentation, and there are policies when it comes to severing surplus farm dwellings. So there is some sort of guidance around that, but there is no permissions to sever to create new residential lots. Those are prohibited. So there's also that sort of high level policy direction. Now that wouldn't stop, certainly wouldn't stop any new applications being made, but in the review of those applications, staff would apply those policies, which is quite clear that new lots are not to be created except when there's a surplus farm dwelling. So there is that policy direction that comes from both provincial policy and through our OP.
Okay, thank you. And just one last question, Mr. Chair. My understanding and going through secondary planning processes that we do have site-specific policies per properties. We've seen it lots of times where one particular property is allowed to have, say, a commercial use on it, whereas all the other surrounding ones do not because they were grandparented in or for whatever reason. Can we not put a site-specific policy on the remnant piece, Knollwood Golf Course, that they cannot have any more severances, site-specific? Can we do it that way? And again, I think that might just ease everybody's concerns about this, the future of the remaining pieces.
Anita?
Through the chair to the councillor, perhaps Mr. Kovacevic can jump in as well. I'm not sure through a zoning bylaw that we would be able to restrict the application for a severance. As I said, what we could do is look at restricting future uses and making sure that residential would not be permitted. So it would remove the opportunity to build, I think in the rural area, you can do a single detached dwelling or residential care facility. So we would look at those, removing those uses. So essentially it could only be used for the uses that would be permitted, like the golf course. And then, you know, should they want to proceed, then they would need to rezone it. And it would then be before planning committee and council. Like, I don't know if you have anything you want to add.
Through you, Mr. Chair, based on the comments previously and from Anita's, a site-specific OP policy regarding severances on the property may be appropriate because, as Ms. Christie indicated, our policy regime for severances in the rural area generally applies to agricultural lands.
Right.
And so since these are not agricultural lands and they're open space lands, and we don't really have a severance policy for open space lands, a site-specific policy might be appropriate in this case going forward dealing with severances. Anita is absolutely correct in terms of the zoning. Zoning applies to use. You couldn't put in the zoning that you can't apply for
Right.
severances, but you could put in that no residential uses are allowed or whatever other uses. You
Right.
could also have that as a restrictive covenant. And we have used restrictive covenants often in the past because the zoning can also be applied for to be changed, obviously, where the restrictive covenant gives the city more protection. And we've used those on a number of files in the past. And I believe they are part of the OP policy, if I remember correctly, in the rural area with respect to farm severances. And I think Anita
Correct.
mentioned that also.
Yep, thank you. So again, I'm at the hands of the ward councillor that if we put a site-specific policy on the remaining lands, I think that might answer everyone's concerns and going forward.
So Councillor Ferguson moves the staff presentation, seconded by Councillor Partridge. All in favor on the staff presentation? Now in a mover and a Councillor Collins, please.
In favor, Mr. Chairman.
You're in favor. Thank you. Councillor Ferguson, we want you to move in second. Well, you'll need a seconder to approve the recommendation. I believe you have some item 2, isn't it?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move option 2 that was in the report, and I'll just click to it and read it out so that the public knows. Council may direct staff to withdraw the appeal letter, which was filed by staff against the decision of the Committee of Adjustment to LPAT. Provided that no further appeals are filed, this option would allow the Committee of Adjustment consent approval to stand. However, a successful official plan amendment, in addition to the rezoning application, which will be done concurrently, would still be required prior to the consent being approved. So that's what I would like to move. And if I get a seconder, I'm just going to like to make a comment on Councillor Johnson's submission. It looks like Councillor Partridge is seconding it. Yeah, on the site-specific policy, I heard June say that's what we would deal with that when we come in with the official plan amendment and the rezoning. We don't need to connect that to this direction to withdraw the appeal to LPAT on the Committee of Adjustment assessment. So I look forward to those official plan amendments and the rezoning coming back and some sort of condition, because I want to make sure also that we don't permit any further severances out there. This is just 3 remnant homes that have been there for decades. There's no new homes being built, and the public, I'd like to assure them that the intent is not to allow any further severances on this property.
Okay, thank you. And thank you to the Committee of Adjustment who, through all their applicable tests, often almost always focus on that word adjustment. That's the whole point of the COA. Maybe don't give them enough credit or even recognition here at the planning level, but certainly the two are together on this particular file, and it makes a guy like me anyway think that there's no one parcel, large or small, across the city that doesn't have its own story or its own issues, and that's why we have things like COA and Planning Committee, and provide people the opportunity to tweak and make changes and make suggestions, and that's certainly the case here. So I'm very supportive of your option 2, and your seconder is Councillor Partridge, and all in favor.
I'm in favor, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor.
My eScribe isn't working again.
Try Google Chrome. Carries 9-1. Back to 9-1. Oh, sorry, it wasn't 9-1 carrying 9-1. It's now back to 9-1. This is the second dwelling unit, secondary dwelling units options to increase housing supply in Hamilton's existing low-density housing stock. The long-awaited report is with us. Does committee wish to see the staff presentation? Yes?
Yes.
Okay, and so the staffer presenting is Tamara. Oh, sorry, Tim Lee. Sorry. Hi, Tim.
Good morning.
Good morning. Where are
Can
you?
anyone hear me?
We can
How are
hear you.
Thank you so much. So thank you very much for having me. My name is Tim Lee, and I am a senior planner with the zoning reform team. As part of the background work for the new residential zones, maybe I should do this. My apologies.
Are we going to be able to see you, Tim? We all know what you look like, but there's others that may be watching that don't.
And then Tim, if you click on from beginning on the far left.
There I am. Here
Oh,
we
hi,
go.
Tim. There you are.
Okay. As part of the background report for the new residential zones today, I'm going to present the discussion paper on the second dwelling units in the urban area. The purpose of introducing second dwelling units, or SDU for short, is to create an increase in housing opportunities for a range of housing types and income levels. This presentation focuses on key highlights of the staff report. Attached to the staff report is the discussion paper, which includes proposed regulations and background information. As part of the public engagement process, which I will explain later on, a brochure will be also released to deliver quick and easy information with graphics and diagrams, and also what we call a process map to identify all of the considered options. The current project focuses on SDUs in the urban area at this time. Any consideration for SDUs in the in the rural area will be considered as a separate project, which will take certain elements of the regulations here and potentially apply it to the rural area. However, there are unique matters that will apply to the rural area, such as servicing concerns that needs to be individually addressed. So what is a second dwelling unit? An SDU is a self-contained and independent dwelling unit located on the same lot as the principal dwelling. There is no sharing of interior spaces between the dwelling units, maybe other than a vestibule, and also cannot be sold off or severed to create a new lot. So essentially, an SDU is subordinate to the main dwelling. There are three typologies of SDUs that are under discussion, and they include the following. So first, you may have an internal dwelling unit within the main building, such as a basement apartment, perhaps a dwelling in an attic space, perhaps an extension to the existing dwelling unit. Secondly is a newly constructed detached SDU, such as a laneway house or backyard suite. And finally, a detached SDU that has been converted from an existing detached garage or a work shed. Now, what is important to note, and in the bubble of this, in the slide, is that due to certain site constraints, not all lots may be able to have an SDU. So these site constraints may include, for example, lot dimensions. There may be cultural and natural heritage features on the site. There could be parking constraints and so on. Now, there are numerous benefits to SDUs, and a few of them have been captured on the slide. So one thing to note is that SDUs may not necessarily be affordable housing. However, with more housing options, residents can find a house that fits their lifestyle and fits their needs as well, and not necessarily live in a house that may be too big or too small for them. Further, residents can stay within their own communities efficiently using existing services. And depending on the location within the city, residents may be able to save money by not needing to drive or own a vehicle and by being close to shops, workplaces, and schools. What's also important to note as part of this project is that there are certain matters that are not discussed in this and discussed in this project or addressed in this project as well. And they include, for example, alternative forms of housing, perhaps short-term rentals, rental market trends, and also any other matters that are not related to land use planning, such as property standards. Now, there are numerous provincial legislation policies that speaks to SDUs. The provincial legislative lens have always advocated for SDUs by requiring municipalities to allow them within their official plans and zoning bylaws, and that's even prior to Bill 108. And speaking of Bill 108, municipalities in Ontario, as I mentioned, are required to permit SDUs within their official plans and within their zoning bylaws. The bill expanded the requirements to permit SDUs not only in single detached dwellings, semi-detached dwellings, but also in row houses or what we call street townhouses. Further, Bill 108 identifies that up to 3 dwelling units are permitted on a single residential lot. So that will include the main dwelling unit and the 2 SDUs. So really, due to Bill 108, the discussion here is not a matter of if the city should permit SDUs, but really a discussion of how the municipality can introduce our own regulations in the zoning bylaw to address matters such as compatibility and community integration. Now, within our Urban Hamilton official plan, there's already policies that exist to permit SDUs within the neighborhood's designation within single detached and semi-detached dwellings. There are also policies that exist that addresses compatibility, such as height, scale, and impacts on abutting neighbors. So really within our UHOB, we already have a existing policy framework in place to permit SDUs. An amendment to the UHOB will be required, however, to permit SDUs in our street townhouses or row houses in our neighborhood's designation. So the next few slides, I'm going to introduce the 3 typologies that are that have been previously described. So the first typology of SDU are ones located inside an existing building. So again, as I mentioned before, perhaps a basement apartment or perhaps a dwelling unit in the attic space. Really, these dwelling units are not necessarily visible from the street. For this type of SDU, there are no minimum size requirements for either the dwelling units to provide that flexibility and design of the dwelling and the ability to establish an SDU of a size that fits the needs of the homeowner and the tenant. SDU entrances can be shared through a common vestibule or can be located to the rear or side of the building. One consideration is allowing for SDU entrances to face the street, really in effect having what we call 2 front doors. And so the idea of the 2 front doors would apply in certain limited communities that already have a diverse range of housing types. So for example, you may have singles, semis, duplex, triplexes, or maybe even street townhomes, and may not necessarily detract from the overall character from the street. Now, in other remaining parts of the city, side and rear entrances would continue to apply because 1 front door would be dominant. So the second typology is the newly constructed detached SDU, which cannot be located in the front yard. And the detached SDU would be permitted citywide And unlike laneway housing pilot project, abutting a laneway would not be required. Some of the regulations have been taken from the best practices, such as the laneway housing pilot project. So regulations such as maximum height, maximum size of the detached SDU, and the need for setbacks from the property line. There are other additional other regulations that are proposed, such as minimum distance between the rear portion of the principal dwelling and the detached SDU to ensure the preservation of backyard space, a usable backyard space, and landscaping within the lot, and also having appropriate grading and drainage. So the final typology here is to convert perhaps an entire or a portion of an existing underutilized accessory building. So again, they may be a work shed, perhaps a detached garage, or perhaps even an old coach house into a converted SDU. So if a homeowner wishes to convert an existing accessory building, perhaps the homeowner had constructed a detached garage maybe 20 years ago, and perhaps they don't need it anymore. Regulations such as setbacks and maximum building requirements would be recognized because it's already there. However, any regulations will apply to any additions to the existing accessory buildings. Now, one thing to note that's very important is that if there is a required parking space located within the detached garage that is about to be converted, that parking space has to be accommodated elsewhere within the lot. So in addition to these regulations mentioned in the slides are 3 mandatory regulations that apply only to detached SDUs. And these regulations have been derived from the Ontario Building Code and the Fire Code as well. So as such, these 3 regulations are not subject to discussion. The intent of these regulations really is to provide clarity and awareness that these regulations do actually exist in the OBC and the Fire Codes. So the 3 regulations are, first, a maximum distance from the street to the front door of the detached SDU. So as identified in the red line, which is really the maximum length of the fire hose from the pumper truck. So this is really important because we want to ensure that fire personnel can actually physically reach the this detached SDU with the fire hose. The second regulation is to provide a clear path with a minimum 1.0 meter width, again, from the street to the rear yard, without any obstructions. Obstructions can be stairs, decorative stones, landscaping, gates that cannot, or fences that cannot open. The intent really is to prevent the emergency personnel from tripping over any obstructions. So in this situation, emergency personnel could be, again, fire personnel, it could be members from EMS or from the police. Finally, we have a minimum height clearance of 2.6 meters from grade, allowing, again, emergency personnel to access the backyard without obstructions such as roof overhang or gutter. Parking requirements for SDUs ensure all households have sufficient parking spaces, especially where driving is a necessity, and is required to be accommodated on site, while meeting any landscape requirements in the front yard. So a general citywide requirement of 1.0 space for each SDU is proposed, in addition to what is already required for the main dwelling. To recognize older communities, such as around downtown, parking spaces for the SDU may not be required. However, further discussion on this matter will be subject to additional public engagement process. And finally, tandem parking is not permitted within, and for those who don't know what tandem parking is, essentially it's one car parked behind one another. We must also recognize that incentives provide assistance for additional construction of SDUs. Currently, there are certain incentives such as elimination of development charges for SDUs and reduction of parkland dedication fees, which can save homeowners thousands of dollars. As part of this project, updates may be needed for these bylaws as time goes by. Also, further, staff is working with the Healthy and Safe Communities to look into other innovative solutions to further encourage SDUs. Although really the intent is to create zoning that is as flexible as possible, other solutions such as financial aspects might also be important as well. It is this type of synergy between departments that is very helpful on a topic that is very multifaceted and complex. So what are the next steps for the second dwelling units and this project? Virtual public engagement will be conducted through the Engage Hamilton portal, which will include opportunities for the general public and stakeholders and industry leaders to review any of the background information and reports and discussion papers, brochures, any of the future interactive mapping, and opportunities for feedback and interaction with staff. Project launch date will occur in October 2020. However, it is acknowledged that not everyone will have access to online material. And as a result, traditional methods such as mailing of documents, phone conversations, and any other methods will be utilized and offered as well to those who may not have a computer, may not have tablets or smartphones, or may simply not have access to the internet. And one of the most important elements in this public engagement process is equal opportunities for everyone to participate as much as possible. And as mentioned, we really cannot forget the industry professionals. So they may include planners, architects, and stakeholders as well, real estate agents, and Home Builders Association, and we'll be holding various workshops and have presentations available online for them to review. And these are all, of course, in addition to local stakeholders such as neighborhood associations. So this slide just basically shows examples of some of the content that we have staff has created. In your package is the a copy of the discussion paper. And for those who may not necessarily want to read a 94-page discussion paper, we also have a brochure, which is located on the slide here with the house. And within that, we also have what we call a process map. It might look very complex, but these are some of the options that have been considered and also are proposed as well. And these will be available on our city's website and through our Engage Hamilton portal in the future. So I'd like to say, take the time to thank you very much, committee and chair, for this question. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Tim. Appreciate it. A reminder, colleagues, what we have before us. I appreciate that was a great presentation. We have a staff asking us to authorize that they go ahead with the public engagement on this proposed zoning bylaw regulation, and then report back to Planning Committee in the future after getting the feedback from the public. And that is part of the public engagement on second dwelling units, that staff consult and report back on potential financial barriers and incentives to the creation of second dwelling units, including but not limited to development charges and parkland dedication. So keep that in mind as we move forward and ask questions on this topic. And it looks like Councillor Johnson is first. Sorry, Councillor Collins is first. Sorry, Councillor Collins. I'm going to go with Councillor Johnson while the clerks duke it out. Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you. Sorry, Councillor Collins. First of all, I'm very supportive of this and will vote accordingly. I just have a couple of questions after reading the report, please.
Sure.
So, secondary units, can somebody please define granny suite for me? Because granny suite and added rooms and whatever. Can somebody just define granny suite, please? Tim, how are you?
Thank you, Councillor. Very well, thank you. Through to the Chair. The term granny suite is actually one of in the industry. There's numerous terminology to describe second dwelling units. Through my research, I've seen the word granny suites or granny flats, coach houses, basement apartments. There's a whole gamut of different terminology that may be very confusing to not only staff but also anyone to the general public. So as I think, as I mentioned in the presentation, also in the staff report, the granny suite or second dwelling unit is really accessory to the main dwelling unit. It is self-contained, so it contains a kitchen, their own bathroom, their own living space, such as a bedroom and a living space, and it is independent from the main dwelling unit. That has its own servicing, either through from the street or from the house, be shared. And what's very important is that these granny suites or second dwelling units cannot be sold off, and they must be accessory and stay with the principal dwelling unit.
Okay. Beautiful. So just to be clear, I am not supportive of farm help homes. I'm not supportive of a second dwelling on the property. Alley laneway houses exempted. But I am very supportive in someone who wants to put an addition on the back of their home to accommodate grandma in their basement, or even a room above the garage. So just to be clear, I think you said, Tim, that it must be connected to the main dwelling in some way, whether it be in the basement, be an addition where the wall connects it, or if it's above the garage, either the garage is part of the dwelling or it's connected by a breezeway.
Through the chair, it doesn't necessarily have to be physically connected to the main dwelling. They can be completely physically separate from the main dwelling. And in fact, one of the proposed regulations is a minimum 7.5 meter distance from the back of the main house to the detached SDU in order to provide some of that usable backyard space.
Okay, so my concern at that point is that there is potential for severance, regardless. Even if it's a shared driveway, you can have a severance because, as we heard earlier, anyone can apply. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter what the policy says, doesn't matter what we approved, anybody can apply. And if the logic stands that they can share a driveway and the house in the back can be severed off, then that's my concern. I always just assumed this was attached to the home. So that's just my observation. So in your report, page 5 of 21, you talk about this is only going to deal with the urban section of the city of Hamilton, which is concerning for me because we have a lot of farmers, as we just heard in the previous conversation, who want to pass the farm down to son, daughter, next generation. They cannot sever a piece of land off their farm so that they can build their retirement home. However, if they were able to add to the back of the house to allow one kitchen, one bedroom, one living space, and one bathroom, that would be suffice to keep the family together and to keep the farm intact. So what is the timing on the rural section of this SDUs?
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's Joanne Hickey Evans. I'm the manager of policy planning and zoning bylaw reform. I have quite a bit of history in the rural area. Just to give you a context, as many of you have heard throughout conversations, they're not permitted right now. They are if you're a farm help house, you can actually add on to the back. So there's, as Tim mentioned, there are some unique contexts, and the main issue is servicing. And there's 3 different components. There's a home in the rural area that is serviced privately by septic and well.
Right.
And then there's also ones within rural settlement areas, and they have 2 different components. One can be both private well and septic, but then there's the 5 RSAs that are serviced by water.
Right.
So we have to work on the servicing issues, and in my mind, the particular concern is going to be the one with the municipal water. We are working with Hamilton Water right now to develop policies. So we're going to try and do this concurrently as we're working with the urban. So the urban will be out first, and then we will come back with some ideas about what we're going to do in the rural area. And we may actually split it up into the different ones. Especially, I think the major concern is the detached ones, as opposed to ones as an addition or within a principal dwelling.
Okay, thank you for that. I still haven't heard really the timing on this yet, except that it's going to be done afterwards, which is really concerning for me because we have a lot of elderly farmers out there that are chomping the bit. To add a 1,000 square feet, even 500 square feet onto the back of the house, just to add a kitchen and a bathroom so that they can have some independent living. And I heard you say, Joanne, that add on to the back. I heard you say that it's not permitted except add on to the back for a farm help home. Why can't we add on to the back for a main homestead?
Through Madam Chairman, that is just the way the policy framework is written right now, and that's why we're looking at, extending that or expanding that to remove the farm help house. The other concern that I heard you address was related to servicing and severances. If a home is serviced in the urban area through the existing house, you then have a shared set of services, so severances are very difficult. In a rural setting, it's a little bit different. One of the goals of many municipalities is a detached unit is then tied from a servicing from existing wells and existing septic. So again, you don't have these independent services because without independent services, you can't actually sever. So we're looking at all those options to consider, and we certainly hear your concerns about that.
Okay, so just to be clear, folks, we have a lot of homesteads out there that want to add on to the back of the house. They're not asking for a farm help home. They're not asking for a separate dwelling. Everyone out in the rural area is on septic and is on well and cistern. Actually, cistern's the usual backup. So if they can prove that the septic system can handle the add on to the back, I just want to find out now if they can add on to the back, because I heard that was earlier that on the farm help home they can add on to the back. If they can add on to the back and they can prove that the septic system, or they have room to expand the septic system, then they go ahead and do this. And I'm asking not only for myself, but I even had some staff jump in and ask.
Okay, staff, Joanne, briefly reiterate, Councillor Johnson's over time.
Oh, sorry, Council Chair.
Okay.
Briefly,
Chair. Joanne, briefly.
I will. Mr. Chair, it's not permitted right now. So that's what we have to look into. And that was one of the contexts of looking into it. We're going to do this as soon as we can, knowing that the urban regulations are out.
Thank you. And Mr. Chair, if you could come back to me, I've got some more questions. Thank you.
Will do, absolutely. Councillor Collins.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I think this is one of those instances where, the vast majority of our residents would be very surprised to see where the provincial regulations are at right now in terms of intensification and development. And so I ask these questions in the context of trying to understand, in certain neighborhoods, this has the potential to triple the density in what would be considered very low density neighborhoods. So if you use the examples that Tim provided earlier in terms of one in the backyard and an additional secondary unit in the home, you have the prospect of going to 1 to 3 units per property. And there are some neighborhoods through Stony Creek, East Hamilton, and all parts of the mountain, certainly where that's a distinct possibility. So a real possibility, sorry. So I'd like to start with, is there any thought to the size of a new unit that's constructed in the rear yard as it relates to its size in comparison to the principal residence? How do we control small bungalow in the front, very large yard, and someone applies to build a structure in the back that is permitted now under provincial policy that is larger than the bungalow in the front? Any thought in our policy related to that?
Tim.
Through you to the chair, there are certain aspects. First, there's a proposed regulation for a maximum of 50 square meters for the detached SDU. And the second is there is also a proposed regulation for lot coverage as well. So if that's the case, if you have a smaller lot size, and then you may have a detached SDU, then there might be some limitations with respect to how much or how big that the building footprint of the detached SDU can actually physically get. Staff is aware that there are certain parts of the community where there are lot sizes that are a little bit smaller. So we're certainly looking into having these proposed regulations and recognize that we do need to provide some limitations with respect to the detached and also the converted SDUs as well. We cannot forget.
So when the regulations come back, Tim, just to be clear, we have the ability to say that the new unit that's external to the principal residence has to be smaller than the existing primary residence. Is that right?
Through to the chair. So with the maximum 50 square meters, and I kind of did the math a couple of days ago, but kind of forgot. 50 square meters, you know, we would certainly have to look into, we'll have to look into scenarios where the main dwelling is smaller and relative to the size of the detached SDU. So that would be one of the items that we'll have to look into, especially as part of the public engagement process.
Okay. When I read through Toronto's policy paper, they were very clear and determined to ensure there's a clear distinction between a secondary unit and a duplex. And I wasn't certain as to why, in a technical planning form, why they wanted to clearly distinguish between the two. So can you explain the difference as to what a duplex would be and what the new secondary units would look like?
Through to the chair, that's a very good question. There are other municipalities that also have some kind of discussion about that. In a traditional sense, a duplex dwelling are two dwelling units that are stacked on top of one another. In terms of an SDU, there's a bit of a more spatial flexibility. So for example, the three typologies that we mentioned, you know, there's ones that are internal, so they could be, yes, they could sleep in the basement, but they could also be behind the main dwelling. There's also the detached and the converted detached as well. So those wouldn't necessarily be considered as duplex dwelling, because by definition, kind of that typology doesn't fit. The biggest difference also is a duplex is considered as a principal use, and versus an SDU, it is accessory to and subordinate to the principal use or the principal dwelling unit. So those are the two biggest differences. And also the SDU is also permitted in a single, semi, and street townhouse, but would not be permitted within a duplex dwelling.
Interesting. I'm trying to I'm looking at my own backyard. I'm on a pie-shaped lot. I probably have enough based on what you've proposed here today to add another structure in my rear yard, and I'm thinking about accessibility for someone who might be disabled or a senior. And so essentially, you know, it's a large grass area. How with you had one slide in there, Tim, that showed the room that's required at the side of the house to gain access to the rear yard. And there was no, I mean, you don't have detailed site plan here, but would we require a site plan for someone who's building in the rear yard to show that there's an accessible route for someone who's a senior or has mobility issues to get to that rear yard residence, if you want to call it that?
Through to the chair, generally SDUs would not be subject to site plan control. However, if there's any OPC or fire code regulations, those would apply. That is a very good question, because one of the benefits of these fire regulations also assist with accessibility. So again, one of the regulations is a free clear path of 1.0 meters. Granted, you know, 1.0 meters might not necessarily be enough wide enough. However, it does provide some assistance for those who do need some a stable path, clear path, without any obstructions, without a parking space, or without landscaping.
But once they're in the rear yard, you show grass. So under what you're proposing here today, I could plop down as long as I meet the setbacks. I could add another structure in my rear yard. I can keep it as grass. And if there's 3 feet of snow or pouring rain, whoever's renting that unit is making their way across who knows what. So there is no requirement for a solid paved surface so that they have, they're carrying their groceries, they may have a walker, they can easily get back there. It's basically once they're past my principal residence, they're left to their own devices across what could be any kind of covering. Is that correct? If I decide to keep it grass, they're walking across grass or snow or slush or puddles of water.
There hasn't been, at this time, there hasn't been contemplation with respect to the clearance from snow, for example, but it's certainly something that we could consider.
Thanks. Okay, that's good. And definitely part of the community consultation. It's a very good point. Yeah, include that. That's great. You're up. Your time's up. If you want to come back, Councillor.
Please, put me back on the list. Thank you.
First time, Councillor Wilson. And Tim, can you get rid of the screen? Councillor Pearson had asked that you take the presentation off so we can all see each other. Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think if I understood your instructions at the beginning, the purpose is not today to get into the nuts and bolts of the proposal. It's, I guess, to comment on going out for consultation. Is that correct?
Right. Okay. Part 2 is to approve the consultation, and then part 3 is just staff reporting back.
Okay. Thank you very much for that. So on that basis, I have 3 questions. There's no date, I don't think, given for the consultation, and I think if we acknowledge, and I think there is broad acknowledgement that the fastest and easiest way in which to get housing units on the market is through accessory dwellings, or we're calling them SDUs. And I think we acknowledge there is a housing crisis in front of us. So I would like some further detail on how long we're going to be consulting, please. Thank you.
Due to the chair, I can answer with respect to the public consultation piece. Staff is contemplating a fall public engagement process, so it'll be in November and into December. So far, we've looked at other public consultation that is done from other municipalities, and we're also thinking of a two-week period that allows for any individuals to review background documents and participate within a timely manner at their own pace, at their own leisure. And after the public engagement process, certainly doesn't stop there. I mean, people can still review documents even after that virtual pick, and soon after that, we can produce a report back to council of our findings.
And through you, Mr. Chair, I can add a little bit to what Tim said. Jason Thorne again. Of course, the timing in terms of when we be back in front of council is going to be a little bit determined by the extent of the feedback we get from the public and the kinds of issues that the public may raise that we'd want to sort of drill into and investigate. But I would say ballpark, we're looking at approximately February by the time we're probably back in front of planning committee with some recommendations. Again, tentatively, depending on the kind of feedback we get from the consultation. We do know that there's fairly long-standing direction from council to address this. And it appears as part of a number of our various council adopted strategies. And there was actually earlier last year when we were adopting the new planning fees, there was an interim fee brought in for rezoning applications. That was a reduced fee that was put in to facilitate some of these applications coming forward until such time as we had updated all of our zoning. So we do know that this is a time-sensitive one for council. So we'll be looking to bring something in approximately February. But again, we want to see the nature and extent of the public feedback we get.
Thank you both, Tim and Jason. Yes, I guess you're obviously hearing from me. There is an urgency given the crisis that we have, although I do appreciate the due diligence that consultation and meaningful consultation offers, particularly some of the challenges that the pandemic presents. Tim, if I could, you on your overview that you gave for how consultation will be conducted, you referenced workshops for industry professionals. You identified planners and architects and real estate agents and the like. But I thought I also heard you say those workshops were going to be available to neighborhood associations, because ultimately this is going to be presenting both an opportunity and a difference for neighborhoods. And I just wanted to get your clarification on the kind of consultation. Are you planning on offering workshops to interested associations, or could you elaborate on that for me, please?
Through to the chair. The first thing is through our Engage Hamilton portal, there's going to be a wide variety of information for everyone to access. They include, again, our background reports, also our presentations, kind of taped presentations for anyone to review and also gain some information. If there's any opportunity or appetite for perhaps a WebEx meeting with any of the neighborhood associations, staff is always open to that. So it's something that's being contemplated. There's I guess through the Engage Hamilton portal, there's many opportunities for that kind of public engagement.
So some of us have, thank you, Tim. Some of us have very active and informed neighborhood associations. So I think what I heard you say is that if there is an interest for a hands-on workshop, we would work, the ward councillors would work with you for that purpose.
Through to the chair, that would be correct. Certainly, we would be glad to meet with the councillors as well. I'm sure you may have questions from your constituents.
Okay, thank you. I did have just one last question if I have time.
Sure.
I'm just wondering about the purview going forward. I found it interesting in the body of the report, there was reference to the different bylaws that exist, for example, Flamborough and Dundas and Stony Creek. And I can't recall which, I think it was Stony Creek and Flamborough, but a date was given for those previous municipalities, which said like pre-1940, secondary dwelling units were permitted, but post not. And I'm wondering, what was the rationale for that? And B, is there any relevancy of that moving forward in your professional mind? Thank you. Those are my questions.
Through you to the chair, I mean, without having too much history back then, one can only assume that those were created to allow for second or accessory dwellings in probably key areas that are older parts of the four municipalities. They may have access to shops, perhaps active transportation or open space. And you are correct, there are only a handful of municipalities, former municipalities that actually had that regulation versus others like Hamilton where accessory dwellings were permitted, more generally applied than other former municipalities.
Okay, I guess I'm what I'm hinting at in my question is I hope this will be an opportunity provided both for all property owners throughout the entire city. I know right now we're focusing on the urban envelope, but also for residents who wish to be able to live potentially in all urban parts of the city, and regardless, whatever reason that they want to do that. So I trust those limitations won't apply. Thank you. Those are my questions for now.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. First time.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this is my first exposure to this, and I think it's a recipe for some real neighbor problems. You start building another structure, and then trees have to come out, and parking. I know you're allowing for one additional parking spot in the case of one of these facilities. But what happens when children come along and then they park their car in the street? And anyhow, but my main question is, we have a lot of very entrepreneurial builders, and they go in my homes. This they can put up a big additional structure that is self-contained, because we in Ancaster we have a lot of large lots, and avoid going through the severance process. So, what's your reaction to that, Tim?
Through to the chair, to the councillor, STUs are, as I mentioned, accessory to the main dwelling unit, and severances would not be supported as a result. This is part of the.
But they do it instead of a severance.
If there's a severance application, it would not be supported.
Yep, Councillor Ferguson.
I don't understand your answer. If they don't want to go through the headaches and the risk of applying for severance, they just put up one of these facilities and allow two families to live there and avoid doing the severance. Is that a concern to you?
Okay, so I get where the councillor's going, Tim. So I think historically we'd be looking at a severance, but with Bill 108 and with what's before us and what we're going to engage on, which is being requested of us today to approve the engagement process, their severance are completely out of the picture. He wasn't on council last term, so I get where he's going there.
I wasn't on planning last term.
Yeah, if I'm correct, Councillor Ferguson, you're saying generally, historically, to do what we've been talking about here today, SDU, you'd have gone for a severance, correct?
Correct.
And now you're concerned.
And probably be turned down in the large lot area.
You understand, Tim?
But
that's correct. Yes.
So to avoid that being denied, they simply put up one of these items. Is there a maximum size they can do it at?
Through the chair, the maximum size is 50 square meters for detached SDU.
Minimum.
So that's 500 square feet is the maximum that they can build.
That's correct.
Okay, that's helpful. And my second question is, we have a large component, as do other rural councillors, ER zones, existing residential, and they don't have city services like curbs, sidewalks, and storm sewers. And so you would cover up 500 square feet or 50 square meters to build one of these facilities, and the downstream residents are not protected with stormwater ponds. What would you do in those situations?
Through the chair to the councillor, the first thing is staff is proposing a maximum lot coverage, so that would ensure that the lot would not be there would still be landscaping and usable backyard space. With respect to the ER zone regulations, through the new residential zone project, staff are looking to retaining those regulations as well as we move forward.
Okay, so there will be no additional protection for downstream residents, which for roads that have open ditches.
Through to the chair, that's something that the staff could potentially look at and maybe increasing or decreasing the maximum lot coverage requirements in certain areas, especially if there are places where there's drainage concerns. We also have to look into the various conservation authorities as well and consultations with them to see what exactly part of Ancaster, for example, there may be some concerns with slopes and also drainage and being close to any water
we have a
bodies.
moratorium on severances in Ancaster right now because half of my municipality is rural cross sections, and so there's no protection to downstream residents, and we've had some pretty severe problems. We got climate change happening, as you know, and we're getting more severe storms. And the more grass you cover up with another roof and driveway, and the faster that water will run off. So that's my concern.
And so to the council, that's a very good point. As part of this, our research, that is some of the concerns that we've also have addressed, and then in consultation with our natural heritage planner as well. It's something that we further have to refine, and whether we have to look at additional lot coverages, especially in certain areas of the city.
Thank you, Tim.
Okay, I have trouble with this, Mr. Chairman, so I'll have
Well,
to vote
we're only looking,
accordingly.
we're seeking engagement, and certainly
I
you
understand. I
you
understand.
can easily encourage your Ancaster residents to participate. It's all going to be online. So, but I appreciate the questions and the fact that, yeah, this was deliberated a lot and talked about during that one term of council where you weren't on the planning committee. Councillor Johnson, second time. Is Councillor Johnson? We're having trouble hearing you. Check your connections, Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. Is that better?
Much better.
Thank you. So again, I'm not on for second dwellings out into the rural area. I'm out for having people put additions on their homes to accommodate second generations. So my question back now is, I heard the timing. This isn't even going to be coming back to planning until February. What does that look like then for the rural folks who have been waiting very patiently to find out when they can put their additions on their homes? So when can we do these concurrently, please? Rural and urban, or does it have to be separated out? I heard that there was maybe some possibility of doing this concurrently.
Good question.
Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we're endeavoring to do this as quickly as we can. And yes, we would like to look at these ones in the rural area. And it may be that the first one is within existing dwellings and then leave the detached separately.
Good.
For a later point. But again, remember, this just came up to us, so we've already started.
I understand. So I'm really hoping that if it has to be done by motion today, that we look at them concurrently, just for the addition on the homes, not separate homes, nothing that's going to be too complicated in my opinion. It's just additions on and allowing for the septic system to accommodate it. That's it. It's very simple, and it keeps generations together, and it keeps farming more viable. And as Councillor Wilson said earlier, it gives people the options to stay in their own communities. So I would like to propose that we do this concurrently. I would like to ask staff to go out to both. Go to the ag and rural folks. You could probably get most of your comments right there, and it would be done. And it could be a caveat that the rural area is allowed to have an addition put on their home to accommodate second generation. So I leave it. I'd like to move it. If anybody would like to second it, and we can get this moving.
Okay, we'll get to that amendment at the appropriate time. I only have one more. Well, it looks like Councillor Partridge is going to, first time speaker, Councillor Partridge. And then we'll go back to second time, which I have Councillor Collins. Councillor Partridge? No, I got to get audio going here. That's okay. Okay, there you are.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just prepared to second that motion for Councillor Johnson. Thank you.
Councillor Collins.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. There's a lot of references in our official plan currently that talks about the unique character of existing buildings, neighborhoods. I think it even says settlements in there. And we obviously, we encourage residential intensification. And it talks about consideration of design and compatibility with neighborhood character. So I've witnessed a number of renovations that have taken place over the years in different parts of the city where there are dual entrances that are added to the front. We're now proposing to allow, it looks like, townhouses as part of this as well. How do, through you to Tim, how are we proposing then to respect the language of the OP and permit, what many people would say are modifications that might not be in character with the surrounding built form and housing stock that's either, on the same block or in the same neighborhood?
Tim?
Through to the chair, there are certain elements of regulations that might speak to it. For example, maximum height and maximum size of the detached SDU. And that also applies to the converted detached SDU as well. So if a homeowner wants to convert a garage, they are able to put an addition, for example, but they still have to follow certain regulations as well. There are also other considerations such as I mentioned, detached SDUs are not permitted in the front yard. That is consistent with any regulations in the zoning bylaw with respect to accessory buildings, also not permitted in the front yard. And you know, at the end of the day, detached SDUs might not be very common. And the reason is because they're, first of all, quite expensive to construct. And second of all, there could be certain site constraints. For example, as I mentioned, the 3 mandatory fire regulations. In those situations, if you have a string of street townhouses, really the internal dwelling units that are not the end units, those kinds of dwellings would not even be able to put in a detached SDU just because there's no free and clear path from the street. So really, in terms of there's a lot of site constraints. At the end of the day, in many cases, there may not be a lot of detached SDUs being constructed. Another one again is parking. If you have, for example, a single detached dwelling where the requirement might be, let's say 2, and then you might have a detached SDU, that means there'll be a total of 3 required parking spaces on a lot. You may not be able to accommodate that many parking spaces either. So, and through the studies that research that I've done, it doesn't seem to be as popular or as common as I think a lot of people would believe, and a lot of them would be internal to the dwelling unit.
Okay. I think, you know, what I envision in my mind is someone who has a block brick garage that's been added to the site in the past. It's got the roll-up door, it's got an entry door. It's basically block brick with no, you know, it just looks like a basic do-it-yourself garage that's been done at some point in time, aesthetically terrible. Now someone's proposing to use it and convert it into a living unit, and there's no opportunity then for the municipality to require changes that would make it look like a home. And that's my concern, is it allowing some of these conversions almost as of right to, you know, just take place. And again, it looks like someone would be living out of a garage rather than a home. So I guess that's something we can talk about when it comes back. Last question I would have is intensification targets. I didn't notice any reference there. How do we monitor intensification targets with the creation of new units? And with this being something, again, that can just organically happen without applications, how are we monitoring population growth and new unit growth in neighborhoods where it's not obviously as visible or noticeable as a new subdivision going up or an intensification project going on with a building permit attached to it?
Through you, Madam Chairman, it's Joanne Hickey Evans. That is definitely a bit of a challenge. There's no doubt about monitoring intensification rates. And in terms of the other questions, been, well, what are the take-up rates? Again, hard to know. So there's no easy answer to that, Councillor Collins, in terms of how many units. I mean, one of the things we can monitor is the idea is that they have to have a building permit. This in no way, if you have the zoning in place, no way obviates them from getting a building permit. So we can monitor it through that. That is one of the, probably the most important.
Okay, so we wouldn't have the ability to see if an area is saturated. I mean, there's all kinds of discussions going on with certain land uses over the years where people have said, you know, my neighborhood is saturated with X, Y, and Z. We wouldn't be monitoring to see if, you know, traditional large lots in Ancaster is a great example where there's some very large lots and very small bungalows. You know, if the entire street or neighborhood was a magnet for developers to come in and make these changes, we wouldn't be at a point in any time in the future where we'd say this area is saturated now. We might want to put some further limitations in place. It's just going to organically happen, and whatever development pressures come, they come, and we're just forced to live with whatever growing pains or nuisances might come about as a result.
Okay, thank you. Councillor. Was that a question or more of a commentary?
Well, I guess there is no way to monitor then, is what I'm hearing.
Is there no way? Okay,
So-
General Manager Jason Thorne.
So through you, Mr. Chair, just to echo what Joanne said, the typical way we'd be looking at this in terms of monitoring is through building permit applications as well as development charge fees that are tied to those building permit applications. That's how we track unit creation. So we would have some sense each year as to where those building permits were approved. So it'd give us some sense of where the locations are. In terms of saturation, that's a trickier one because as Tim noted, there's many barriers to doing these types of units. Once you apply all of the standards, there'll be some lots and some properties where it just isn't feasible. So it becomes more difficult to say, okay, what is the maximum potential possibility for these types of units within an area, because each and every lot's going to be a little bit different. So some would have the potential and some would not. Ultimately, at the end of the day, the Planning Act and the province do set out a requirement that the city must have zoning in place that allows for them. We will have a sense over time, as I said, through building permits and DC payments as to where they are occurring. The other factor to keep in mind is in terms of population pressure, which often when people are concerned about intensification, it's really less about the number of units and more about the number of people. That's something we were able to look at through the census tracks, through the census population counts every 5 years, and we'll get a sense of to what extent are these types of units increasing population, and what extent are they compensating for population as a loss as a result of declining persons per unit in the principal residential units, which is happening in a number of our older areas as well. So that becomes a broader sense of how these are affecting population growth within the city.
Okay, thank you for those answers. Appreciate it.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Move to receive the staff presentation. Moved by Councillor Johnson, seconded by Councillor Pearson. All in favor? All right. Collins, Ferguson.
Yep, I'm in favor. My e-scribe isn't working.
All right. I'm not able to see you either, Councillor. So you can't indicate visually or through e-scribe. So I appreciate you chiming in on what is a few remaining votes anyway. So I'll move the recommendation. Moved by Councillor Pearson, seconded by Councillor Johnson. All in favor? Oh, Councillor Johnson, my apologies. You want to throw an amendment on the floor regarding additions in rural areas to be included, as I recall. Councillor Johnson, go ahead.
Yeah, it's
Seconded by Councillor Partridge.
Right, it's moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Partridge, that staff also look at building additions onto homesteads for granny suites. And that's it. It's just onto the house, not a separate dwelling on the house.
Gotcha.
And it's done concurrently.
All right, all in favor? Thank you. Collins in favor, yes. Oh, Councillor Danko wants to speak to it. Okay.
Just on that point, I believe the direction from Bill 108 is to pursue this for the entire city secondary dwelling units. So this wouldn't exclude the work that they're already doing to pursue policy for secondary dwelling units citywide.
Are you specific to this amendment right now, or are you just asking generally on the recommendation? Jason?
I can't hear you, Councillor Farr.
Yeah, can you hear me now? Are you speaking to the amendment right now? I misunderstood your question. Is it specific to the amendment that's before us? Or you have a question on the motion as amended? Because I didn't see can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yep.
Sorry, is your question to Councillor Johnson's amendment or the motion as amended?
To the amendments, question for
Okay.
staff.
Okay, go ahead. Jason, I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question, but I'm sure you did. It'll probably help hearing your response. Go ahead.
Yes, through your chair, I think I did understand the question, and yes, the council's correct that the direction provincially is citywide. Doesn't necessarily mean the same standards have to apply citywide, but ultimately we have to look at these citywide. And my understanding of Councillor Johnson's motion is rather than waiting and looking at the rural area at some point in the future, that it be done concurrently with the work that we're doing right now in the urban area. So that's what I've understood the direction to be, and we can certainly do that. Also, my understanding of Councillor Johnson's motion is for now she wants us to focus, and council would want us to focus on units that are created through either interior to the unit or as an addition, not as a detached. So that's what our focus would be.
But just to be clear that ultimately, when we're talking about secondary suites, the goal is to have the same rules citywide. So I understand pursuing this initially first, but ultimately the same rules that apply for urban would apply to rural.
So through the chair, the provincial direction is they must be provided for citywide, but I would say that not necessarily the same rules. For example, as Ms. Hickey Evans noted a couple of times, in the rural area, we're dealing with servicing septics. Those may create different standards and rules in the rural area than exist in the urban area.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I understand now. All right, on the amendment. We're waiting for Collins and Danko to vote on the amendment. We have thumbs up. We have Councillor Danko. He's already, and Councillor Wilson, you were waving. Is that a vote? Can you activate Councillor Wilson's microphone? I'm not sure what the signal is.
Yep, thank you. I just seeking just further clarification on what the possible implications of the amendment might be now that Councillor Danko has raised it. So while I appreciate, I think I've understood Councillor Johnson's amendment to mean that staff proceed with looking at and consultation on the addition to the provision of a secondary unit in an existing building in the rural area. I'm just looking for something from staff on would that delay or does it impact staff's work on examining separate buildings in the rural area on the same parcel, please?
So through you, Mr. Chair, I think staff had been focused initially on the urban area with this discussion paper and with this work. Based on the direction we had a couple weeks back from council, we'd started to look more broadly at the rural area. So I think what the effect of Councillor Johnson's motion would be is that it would accelerate somewhat, at least looking in the rural area at attached secondary dwelling units through expansion to the existing house. It will take longer to look at the potential for detached secondary units in the rural area because they will be much more complicated in terms of servicing. So I don't anticipate that's something we would have in the short term. As I mentioned, we're going to try to push for February to bring this back in front of council. It will take longer to look at detached units. We'd also be looking at some of our official plan policies. So I don't think the motion affects that timeline. Okay. I think just the nature of the complexity of the issue is what will slow that particular issue down.
Thank you. That's the clarity and certainty I was looking for, that this motion will not elongate that looking at the separate unit. It's going to take longer in and of itself, you're saying, because some of the rural issues like infrastructure and water, but you're saying this is not going to it's not going to delay this motion. The intent of it won't delay that consideration. Is that what you just said?
Sorry.
Through the chair, that's correct.
Thank you very much for that.
All right, on the motion as amended now, the recommendation, sorry. Councillor Pearson, seconded by Councillor Johnson, all in favor? Councillor Pearson, we're looking for your vote. All right, carries. Thank you, staff, and have fun with your engagements in October and November, and we'll see you again on this one in February. Hopefully, we'll hear from lots of people, and there'll be lots of participation. General information, Jason. Any updates?
Through you, Mr. Chair, no, nothing at this meeting.
All right, we don't even need to receive that then. Councillor Pearson. Councillor Pearson. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Frozen.
Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. If I could just ask through you to Jason Thorne. Jason, I'm getting emails with regards to Airbnbs, and I know it's on our outstanding business list. I just got another one moments ago. Where are we with that bylaw coming
So through you, Mr. Chair, we're looking at it through a couple of lenses. We're looking at it through the lens of what the current zoning permissions are around them, and whether or not we would need to bring forward a city-initiated rezoning exercise to define where they are and are not located. And in parallel with that, we're looking at a licensing approach, which is similar to what other municipalities are doing. From a licensing standpoint, the general direction being permission within the principal residence of an owner, as opposed to standalone Airbnb units. Seems to be the direction that more municipalities are going in. So I can't give you a timeline right now. I don't know if Ken is on the line and can provide a bit of a timeline on the work that his team is doing. But if he can't, then I can get back to committee with an update.
And I appreciate that. So I appreciate too that it would have to be, they can only operate with the principal resident residing in the home at the same time. And will we also be setting limits? 'Cause I've just received an email from someone that I think there were like 50 people at this home all weekend and no homeowner. So, and these are large properties down on the waterfront. I have a couple of issues at. So I understand other communities have also limited the number of quote unquote visitors that could be at the Airbnb at the same time with the owner. So maybe I see Mr. Leenders now. If Ken wants to answer, I'd appreciate it, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
And thank you through you, Mr. Chair. In relation to the Airbnb, we are just waiting for zoning. All the work is done, so we're ready to move forward, but we do have to wait for zoning. Otherwise, we can't license if it doesn't fit all the guidelines and regulations of the city. In relation to what you may have experienced on the weekend, we've had some very good success in dealing with the actual provider of Airbnb for party homes, and they've now created a new policy this year that they will take them off the list if in fact they are party homes. So we do joint investigations with the police department, and we can provide that information back to Airbnb. So if you want to send me that information, we can do a little more follow-up and be glad to see if we can resolve that issue.
Okay, thank you for that, Ken. So I'll just confirm with the complainant that I can release his information and I'll forward it to you. Okay, thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yep, Councillor Ferguson is coming up next now. Ken, just to be clear, you're waiting for zoning and then you can start licensing. Don't you have to first come back to this planning committee with a report and then whether or not we approve, which I'm sure we will, right?
Mr. Chair, you are really fully correct. You're right. But the hard work is done in relation to the process of what it looks like. And then, of course, for this committee to review and decide if we want to move forward.
Thanks for hanging in, Ken, and thank you for that clarity for myself anyway. And Lloyd, Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, thanks very much, Jason. I was going to have a question for Tony Sergi, but I see he's not on, so I'll put it to Jason Thorne. Jason, 2 weeks ago today at the last planning meeting, I asked when you're going to open Cormorant Road because it was paved and finished in mid-August. I was told by Tony I would get an answer within, I see Tony's light just come on. I would get an answer before the end of day 2 weeks ago. I never got an answer. I raised it again at council last Wednesday, and I was told by Jason I would get an answer imminently. I did get an email this morning from Norm Slingham, our Director of Economic Development, saying that a tentative date has been set up for October the 1st, but it's we can't confirm it until the developer does some paperwork. Surely we're not going to keep this thing closed to the public, because we haven't got some paperwork done. You're going to have lots of opportunities to put the arm on the developer in the future as he brings a subdivision on stream. So can we confirm today that October the 1st is the opening? Because I've just saw an email from our city manager. We're not going to allow ribbon cuttings for new capital projects anymore. So I have to set it up with the director of communications to do something on site. I can't do that if I don't have a firm date. And I see lineups every morning, people waiting to turn in on that one access on Tradewind. So can we confirm October 1st is the firm date?
Tony.
Tony Sergi, Senior Director Growth Management. I didn't introduce myself last time. Can everybody hear me? Councillor, for clarification, yes, those were the dates that I had provided you. In going back, talking to the developer, we wanted to ensure that my understanding was clear that when you did the ribbon cutting, you wanted the road to stay open permanently.
Correct.
And when I went back onto the site immediately following committee that day, they were still hauling dirt and they still hadn't finished doing their restoration along the roadway, including sodding and seeding. I subsequently asked the developer to confirm with his contractor when we looked at the October 1st date that Norm has provided you as for a tentative date, was to ensure that with us allowing this to proceed with the intent of having the road open, that the contractor will not incur additional cost while maintaining the road in its permanent operation as being open to the public. Subsequently, I've been waiting for a response from the developer, and I've been advised that they're still trying to schedule the paving of the existing section of Cormorant Road that leads into the extension because they want to put the top down at this time while the road is still closed. So my understanding is that October 1st looks like a potential date. Until I hear back from the developer, I will call him again this afternoon. He was going to follow up with the contractor. I just don't want to have someone coming back in the future saying they incurred additional costs by opening the road before we released the contractor from his duties. So that's where we're at in terms
Okay,
of
but Tony, I drove the end to end on the new Cormorant Road. The topsoil is all into the ditches. You know, we're just going to let this guy take as long as he wants in order to put some seed down. You know, if he has to put the top course on the existing Cormorant Road, they can do that at any time. But to deprive the public of using this, that's been waiting 14 years for it, because a contractor's in no hurry to get this opened up, it's not acceptable in my view.
So I understand your concern. Yes, but again, this was there. It's a private contract between the developer and the contractor, not with the city. I understand the urgency from your end about opening up because the safety concerns that have raised over this important piece of infrastructure. I agree. Again, at the same time, I don't think there is going to be any delays, but I can't commit until I get something back from the developer saying that they're all good and that it's not going to have a financial impact, whether it's big or small or not. It's the right process to follow through, understanding that this was we do have a significant portion of the cost, but the contract is being managed by them. And how can I go and tell them open the road and then pay for the stuff if there's additional cost?
So I'll tell you how, because you paid for it.
Okay.
We paid for it. It's a city-owned road. And to have a contractor hold us hostage when he's going to allow this thing to be done is ridiculous.
So
Okay,
Councillor,
I think we got the answer. Hopefully October
No, we
1st.
haven't got the answer, Mr. Chairman.
Well, he's answered you twice now, Councillor.
But the answer is they don't know.
He's not going to give you a solid. He suspects October 1st, though. That's what I heard twice. So I agree. It's an issue, but I don't know how many more times Tony can answer the question.
I don't know how many more times I got to ask.
I hear you. Well, you've been hearing you for 10 of these 14. Isn't this Neil Everson Way, by the way? Why do you keep
Correct.
Cormorant Road?
Cormorant Road, after the bird.
Go ahead. You're almost out of time, but I interrupted you and it took 40 seconds of your time. Is there some way we can size this up in the next minute, Tony?
Councillor, I will follow up again with the developer. I have not had a direct conversation with the contractor. And my understanding is that they are progressing, and I'll just give a firm answer. This has been, Mr. Thorne has asked me on the status on this process for quite some time, understanding the urgency from the council. And we'll try to get there, understanding the importance.
Let me wrap this up for you then, Tony. I drive by it all the time. I live right there. There's nothing happening out there. Nothing. Since they put the topsoil down the ditches in late August. So I'm frustrated. I'm angry about it, and the public is being deprived of the use of a road that give better access into our industrial park that employs tens of thousands, not tens of thousands, but probably 10,000 people. I can get the correct number from Norm, but it's unacceptable. This is not opened up when we paid all this money to build it.
Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. May have missed it, I'm sure, in the past, asking Mr. Thorne, when will the new residential zoning bylaw be ready, Mr. Thorne?
So through you, Mr. Chair, we were looking at late next year, late 2021. That said, the component that we were discussing earlier today around the secondary units, we're looking to pull that forward to deal with it more urgently and deal with that separately, as I noted, hopefully in and around February. And then we will be looking at, we already have the discussion papers out around residential care facilities. I believe the next one that staff are working on to relate to some of the parking standards, specifically related to the low density residential uses, would be the first phase of that work.
Thank you. And may I ask you publicly, because we have a number of many residents in Ward 1, particularly in Hamilton West, anxious for an update on the licensing bylaw for wards 1, 8, and I think part of 14. Status on where we are on that.
So through you, Mr. Chair, I might ask Ken to come back on the line to provide an update on that one.
Thank you.
And through you, Mr. Chair, very good question. We're finishing off the public consultation portion in the Q4, and we hope to bring a report back to this committee Q4 of this year.
Thank you very much, Ken.
Councillor Partridge, general information, other business.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm very pleased to see Tony on the line today. So my question is for Tony. Tony, can I just get an update, please, on the Clapison Drive, the new road that is connecting Dundas to Parkside? The bridge has been in, and this is a road that has been promised for a long, long time, not only to residents, but also to some of the businesses that are located in there. Can I have just a bit of an update? I understood that the developer for the Clapison Power Center needed to have the plan of subdivision registered, and has that happened yet?
Through the chair to the councillor, I don't believe the plan has been registered. Let me go back and check with Elvin if we received the Mylars as of yet. I believe there were still 2 outstanding conditions that needed to be resolved related to the network. The road was completed some time ago to allow for Stryker, the building, to proceed as being one parcel of land, and the subsequent bridge. Quite frankly, I'm a little bit embarrassed. I don't even know if it was finished in its entirety, but I haven't driven by there for a while. But let me check on those 2 elements, and I'll have Carlo provide you an update on the construction schedule and Elvin on the registration of the plan.
Thank you. Thank you, Tony. I appreciate that. The bridge is finished. I've driven to it. You can't get across it because of the Jersey barriers that are there, but it has been finished, and the sloping, the creek is all, it's finished. It just needs to be open. So similar to Councillor Ferguson's issue, although I thought I heard it said that they hadn't registered their plan of subdivision yet on that particular one. I don't want to confuse the issue, but we really need to get that road open to take the excess traffic off of Hollybush. And I know those residents have been waiting well over a year and a half, if not almost 2 now, for that road. Anything further, Tony?
No, councillor. As it relates to the importance of that connection, we understand it as well, and we'll just see where they are in terms of clearing the condition. These are the challenges that we happen when we move forward in a piecemeal fashion, having the site plan being approved, understanding the urgency of having that industry there, and then the subdivision coming after the fact. It sort of causes a backlog in the clearing of the conditions.
Yeah, thank you for that, Tony. And Chair, there clearly is a backlog up in that area. There's L3 West Cam is being built on the other side of the road, so there's lot of things going on. Thank you very much. I appreciate the update.
All right, next up, private and confidential. Do we want to go behind closed doors? The counselor there in Glanbrook says yes.
Please.
And therefore we will on our private and confidential. So I need to move her in a seconder to move into closed section pursuant to 8.1 subsection EF of the city's procedural bylaw 18-270. As amended in section 239, parentheses 2, subsections parentheses E and F of the Ontario Municipal Act 2001 is amended as the subject matter pertains to litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the city and the receiving of advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. Moved by Councillor Johnson, seconded by Councillor Partridge. And just before we vote, I have to slip away at 1:30 for maybe 15 or 20 minutes. I see Councillor Partridge is maybe the only one at City Hall, so you might see Councillor Partridge, if she's okay to it, filling in for me during the in-camera session. But I should be back if we go that long. All in favor?
I am supportive, Mr. Chairman.
Who was that? Was that Chad?
That was Chad.
Yeah.
It's okay. All right. Members of the public, the meeting will continue following our closed section portion of this meeting. When you see members of committee joining our meeting via this WebEx, the committee will wait up to 5 minutes upon reconvening an open session before proceeding with the meeting to provide members of the public and the media time to return as well. So we're going in camera and we'll be back in 5 minutes. Everybody can take a nature break as well. Don't forget to get back into that open eScribe if needed. And yeah, we're back in open session now, and I think we're okay. We don't need to wait any longer, do we? All right. So I need a mover and a second to approve that report LS 1903B PED 1900 19031B appendices A, B, C, D, and E to report LS 19003B / PED 19031B thereto, and recommendations therein be released. Therein be released to the public, except for appendices F and G to report LS 19003B, PED 19031B, which shall remain confidential. That is moved by Councillor Pearson. Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Farr. All in favor?
And I'm in favor, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor. That was Councillor Collins for the record. Partridge Pearson, still waiting your vote. Okay. Partridge, Councillor Partridge? Thumbs down. Okay. Thank you. 5-3. Councillor Pearson moves to adjourn this meeting, seconded by Councillor Collins. All in favor? Thank you, everybody, and our special guests today as well. Thank you so much.
I approve of adjournment. Please let the record show that.
I think it's an electronic vote, Councillor Collins. Not that your electronics have been working. There we go. So Collins is good and probably gone. And the vote is probably unanimous. Thanks all. Johnson, Partridge, Pearson, awaiting your vote. That's quorum? Okay, thank you. Perfect.